Yes, great. So I invite you to take a seat, to take your seat, so we can start at 11:30 sharp. Thank you. It's very silent. Now I'm very nervous. So if you can just say something or move. Well, let's start. Good morning, everyone. Thank you for coming to the conference Traveling Differently for a Sustainable Internationalization, the last event of the Erasmus Goes Green project. My name is Paola Di Marzo. I'm project officer at ESN, and I will be the moderator of today's event. I'm very happy to welcome you at Mundo Madu because it's an eco-management managed and eco-designed conference center dedicated to association, NGOs, and social enterprises. And I'm very glad to welcome you in person because the project started in the middle of the pandemic. So even with the project partners, we always met online. So it's the first time, yesterday was the first time that we met. So this adds like some extra excitement to today's event. Since we wanted to reach a wide audience and give the possibility to follow the conference to those who are too far or who couldn't come here for any reasons, we are streaming the conference, just for you to know. That is why I would also like to greet those who will be attending via YouTube. And for your information, the recording will be available on ESN YouTube channel. I would like to start by reminding you the rules of the game. The agenda is full, so I kindly ask you to respect the assigned, I kindly ask the speakers to respect the assigned time limit in respect of the others. And I kindly ask the participants to keep the questions for the question and answer time to be concise in order to give the possibility to the others to speak as well. And before getting on the agenda, I have a short announcement. As advertised on the ESN website, upon request, students and NGO employees can request a reimbursement to cover their travel cost. The eligibility criteria and the reimbursement procedure is explained in the info paper at the desk, but I will explain you now how you can activate the request procedure. On Monday, I will send to all of you evaluation questionnaire, so you can give your feedback about the conference. In the questionnaire, there will be a question about the reimbursement. So if you tick yes, then we will contact you back. Please reply to the questionnaire by Tuesday, if possible, at 5. It's upon request, so it means that you need to activate the procedure. So I will not go back to you. You just use the form, and then I will contact the people who applied via the form only. Let's see now what we will learn today. Now I need to use my fingers. We will learn why it's important to travel sustainably. How can higher education students and staff reduce their transport-related carbon footprint and make a difference? What are the strategies and who are the actors to make passengers transport more sustainable in Europe, and how we can all contribute to a more climate-friendly Erasmus+. I will start by introducing the Erasmus Goes Green project. It's a key action to Erasmus Plus project, running 20 months, but actually we are at the end of the project. It will end in November. It consists of 7 partner organizations coordinated by Université Paris-Saclay and Yvelines. Si je ne me trompe pas. the goal of the project is to find solution to reduce the transport-related carbon footprint of higher education student staff, because we noticed that the benefits of Erasmus Plus program in terms of personal and professional growth, social inclusion, intercultural skills and competencies are very well investigated, documented generally, but the carbon footprint of the program is well, not always investigated. So to reach our goal, we developed a number of results. The first, we assessed the transport-related carbon footprint of the Erasmus Plus program. And here I thank my colleagues at the University of Łódź. We developed a CO2 visualization tool for the carbon footprint. And here I thank my colleague at the University of Thessaloniki. We researched about the measures to reduce the transport-related carbon footprint of the Erasmus Plus, so carbon offsetting, incentives, and here my thanks to Erasmus University in Rotterdam. And the last outputs, policy recommendation and guidelines, specifically a handbook for higher education students to travel green, guidelines for higher education institutions. Both of them will be presenting today. And the policy recommendation. If you remember the agenda, at the end of the day, we will have a panel discussion. The panel discussion with our guests will help us to finalize the policy recommendation. Thank you. So you will see me during the day and moderating and helping the transition among the partners. Now I give my mic to Piotr.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. First question, can you hear me without the microphone? Do I need to use it? Or do you prefer me to use the microphone? Okay, the stream is fine. All right. So the presentation that I'm going to show you today, I'm not introducing myself because Paula has already done that. So my name is Piotr, I come from Łódź, from Poland. But the presentation here is a kind of introduction. So I guess some of you who are more into environmental research will get bored. Some of you will be reminded about the basics. We often go to more advanced stuff without really remembering what the basic problem is. So we thought that delivering such a presentation would not be a bad idea. Okay, so what are transport-related emissions? Well, first of all, we all say carbon footprint, but what it really means? Well, it refers to the gases that are emitted, the so-called greenhouse gases that are emitted into the atmosphere. Mostly this is carbon dioxide, but these are also other gases such as methane or nitrous oxide or HFCs or CFCs, okay? Where do they come from? Well, they mostly come from either combustion engines or from cooling devices or from biodegradation. So actually, a lot of contributors. To see the mechanism, this is a very nice slide that I borrowed from Google Graphics, but it's really good. It shows you how it works. So first you have the solar radiation, which is normal. That's okay. The solar radiation hits the surface of the Earth. Some of it is reflected by Earth or by the atmosphere. This is still normal. Some of it warms up the planet, which again is normal. And then point 4, it is emitted back as an infrared energy, which again is normal. The problem starts at point 5 because some of the energy does not leave the atmosphere as it should, because it hits the particles of the greenhouse gases and is reflected back. So it gets somehow trapped within the atmosphere. And this is where the problem starts. So it's just not simple. It's a kind of a mirror that reflects the infrared energy back and it heats up the atmosphere. What does it cause? Well, what are the consequences? Probably there are many more. I'm not an environmental researcher myself, so probably there are specialists who could add a few points more. But one of the things that we can easily observe is the changing weather. In recent years, we have more and more extreme weather phenomena such as cyclones, typhoons. Also, we have heat waves that very often bring health problems, especially to elderly people. They are very, very difficult to sustain in a longer distance. Another thing, a very well related thing, but very specific, is the impact of heating up of the atmosphere on water relations. So we have rising waters, rising salt waters because of the glaciers and all the ice that melts. The level of oceans rises. This is salt water, and this is harmful to agriculture. Also, this is harmful to the animals and plants that live in waters, because a change of 1 or 2 degree is actually a lot if it's a systemic change. Some species cannot take it. Okay, so this can lead to extinction of certain species. Also, if the waters rise, it will cause flooding of part of the ground. Okay, so I've read one estimation which says that if the temperature rises by, I don't remember now, 2 or 3 degrees Celsius on average, it will cause flooding enough to force around 2 billion people to migrate, because the terrains that they used to inhabit will be flooded. So it's basically, well, a very dangerous phenomenon on longer perspective. Nothing to not to concern. Okay, we should really think about it. Yeah, and like I said, 2 degrees is a serious problem. 4 degrees is a catastrophe. 6 degrees may actually lead to massive extinction. This is how the change of average temperature throughout the year on a longer scale, on a longer perspective, can harm us. And where are we now? Well, I've read a piece by Michael Marshall from New Scientist, where he says that an increase in average temperature by 1.5 or 2 degrees compared to pre-industrial era is inevitable at this point, which means that serious problem is already inevitable. Our goal is really to stop it from going any further. Okay. I've already mentioned where the greenhouse gases come from. Okay, mostly they come from burning fossil fuels to create energy or to power up engines, but also from cooling devices. These are mostly HFCs and CFCs, and from biodegradation. So even agriculture can be unsustainable, in fact. But in the Erasmus Goes Green project, we focused mostly on transportation. So let's look at transportation. First of all, according to US Environmental Protection Agency and actually European Energy Agency as well, transport contributes to around 1/4, maybe slightly more, of the total carbon footprint. The biggest contributor is, of course, road transport, because it is the most common. However, air transport, which is most frequently used for Erasmus travel and any long distance travel, is the biggest per unit contributor, per person. Okay, it's just that we don't fly that much, as much as we drive around. Railway seems to be the most eco-friendly solution, but we all know that sometimes it is difficult to travel by rail, especially on longer distances. Okay, so actually, we come from Łódź, from Poland, and we tried to find a different way of getting here than plane, and the quickest would take us around 38 hours, which is very, well, unfriendly for a user and would be difficult. Here you have a bigger decomposition. This comes from, actually, from European Energy Agency. This is for EU 27 2018. And you can see the conclusions are pretty much the same as from American data. Road transport is the biggest contributor. Aviation is, well, the third largest behind ships, but it is the biggest contributor per unit. Now, something about Erasmus. To start with, the contribution of Erasmus program as such is practically negligible. We used 2 different sets of conversion factors to approximate this impact. Our baseline results show that the total impact between 2014 and 2020 was slightly over 400 tons, metric tons of CO2 equivalent. In the alternative, it was slightly over 600. Compared to the total emission in Europe, which is at this point around 2.7 billion metric tons per year, this is practically zero. So why do we even bother? Well, we bother because total carbon footprint in Europe has been dropping down since more or less end of 1980s, 1990s, where it was about 4 billion metric tons per year. So it's been dropping down. Now we are at the level of 2.7, something like that. So new technologies have been introduced. People got more aware, etc., etc. In terms of Erasmus Plus, we can see that before the pandemic, the trend was actually growing. You can see, I'm talking about the trend, but you can see the spikes here. These spikes are seasonal because these are monthly data, and of course Erasmus Plus has its rhythm. People travel at the beginning and at the end of the semester. That's why the spikes are so regular. But you can see that for first iterations, clearly each next one is higher. So in a sense, Erasmus Plus is out of this trend, dropping trend, where we're not carrying enough. The pandemic stopped us, but this is not really something we did good. Another thing is that Erasmus Plus, for crying out loud, is an educational project. So this is a moment to actually teach young people a good attitude for the rest of their life. So Erasmus Plus has a responsibility to be aware of certain issues. That's what we want to deliver. Now, the average travel, average individual trip, is on a distance of about 1,500 kilometers, and most people, around 80%, travel by plane. So with the largest carbon footprint per unit. Now, this should be changed. You can see the conversion factors here for a plane. The conversion factors are very different, as you can see. This is 0.07, this is 0.15. So the range is very, very large. These are not very precise conversion figures because they are built upon a certain sample. Okay, all the results here are approximations. It's difficult to estimate individual conversion factors because they're based, for example, for aviation, they're based on the type of the plane, the conditions that the plane flies in, how many people are on the plane, etc., etc. Okay, so this is not very, very precise as you might like it to be. But you can clearly see that the estimation for coach, so long-run bus, is even the highest existing approximation is lower than the smallest one for aviation. By train, it would be even less. So if we switch to different modes of transportation, we can clearly see that even if we went from airplane to buses, the carbon footprint of Erasmus would probably drop by around 50%, which is a good thing. Now, let's go further. I'm thinking if I wanted to add something, but if it comes to me, I'll just add it. So another thing is, why is it so important to calculate carbon footprint, individual carbon footprint? Because one of the aims of the Erasmus Goes Green project was to create a calculator. Why bother? Does it help? Well, yes, it does. As you can see from the graph here, the spike in recent years, because this is in 2 millennia, is very, very large. So the problem is important. And individual counting gives us two basic benefits. One, it really raises awareness. If you are aware of your personal contribution to the carbon footprint, and if you can position yourself among other members of the society, then it creates a kind of social pressure. If you see that you contribute more than others, you basically feel bad about it. And in this context, making you feel bad is a good thing, as weird as it may sound. It creates a kind of race towards zero, a rivalry. I'll be greener than you, okay? So we generally like to do that. So let's use that. Let's use that characteristic of a human being. Another thing, it will give us better data. The data that we used to calculate this come from Polish National Agency for Erasmus Plus, but actually they come from all the entire Erasmus project. And this data does not include information, precise information about modes of transportation. It only includes information about distances. Based on that, we have to approximate. If we have better data, and the calculator is a chance for us to do that because people who use it can voluntarily contribute that information, we will be able to approximate carbon footprint better. This will also allow us to provide some kind of more precise reporting for institutions that are involved, for universities, basically speaking. And since many organizations, also including universities, have sustainability strategies now, there is a great need for measuring. Okay, so two basic benefits from measuring individual carbon footprint is improving statistics and raising awareness. How to calculate your individual impact, because I already started talking about that. Well, here I would like to thank my Greek colleagues for providing the calculator. You can see the link here. To my best knowledge, this link is available to you somewhere on the net. And there you can go to first check your individual carbon footprint, to calculate it for your driving route, and then you can also share your results. The main page of the calculator looks somewhat like this, and as you can see, you can read about the methodology of this calculator. You can also choose a different calculator if you want. We're not saying you have to use ours. We would like you to use ours because that's the way we get the data. But if you want to use another, well, go ahead. And you can also read about some incentives. Why should you be willing to reduce your carbon footprint here? Now, the main tool, is composed of two largest modules, two main modules. One of them is to simply calculate your transport-related footprint, like on a pretty standardized calculator. The other tool is a bit more graphical, so you can actually see your road on a map. You can define how much fuel you're using, and you can see how much you're going to contribute in a particular trip. Now, then when you go through that procedure and when you know what your contribution is, you can voluntarily share the data with us, for which we would be thankful. Now, when we launched the calculator, after first around 50 people used it, we actually tried to generate some initial statistics, which I can show you to see how this will help us. So we can see, first of all, we can see some statistics about academic degree, and the statistics from our pilot version, which was only 50 people, so that's not really something to be statistically crazy about, but they're pretty concise with large statistics for the entire Erasmus Plus program, showing that undergraduate students are the largest group that use the Erasmus Plus project. But I want you, here you can see the routes that have been included in the calculation. So as you can see, people from all over Europe tried that on very different routes, not only focusing in one place. Of course, since the Greek team started it, so we can see a little network hub in Thessaloniki, but that's only normal. Nothing to be to feel strange. One thing I want you to look at: traveling by, all the options that were added. In the calculator, you can actually compose many modes. Here, you have only two answers that do not include flight. One person went by bus, one person went by rail. Everybody else went by flight plus something, or majority of people just by plane. So this is still the main mode we are using. And of course, yes, if you're traveling from Poland to Spain, that's pretty much anything you can do. But if you're traveling from Poland to Germany, That's a different case. You could use a train. Why not? You just need to be somehow aware of the importance of this fact. Many people think that it's not really that important, so why should they bother? Well, perhaps you should. All right, this is pretty much all of the introduction I wanted to give you. Here, I want you to see the website where you can read more about the project. Okay, so this is the first website where you can find our intellectual outputs, read more about the calculation, about the tools that were the calculator and the approximations. You can again, you have the link to the calculator, so please check it out. I know some of you are online all the time, so you might even do it now or in the coffee break. Why not? To check how eco-friendly you got to Brussels. And if you have any questions, you can email me. I'm in contact with my Greek colleagues, so if your questions are a bit more technical about the calculator, I will forward them either to Nikos or to Haris, and probably will try to answer if we can. Thank you. Paula said that questions will come later, so I'm not asking if you have any questions because Paula is looking at me very strangely, so I'll just give her the mic. Okay, thanks.
Thank you very much, Piotr, for this informative yet accessible presentation, also to non-experts. Thank you for giving me the time. So yes, regarding the links, I would like to say that at the door you'll see a poster, so you can scan the QR code, and then you have access to all the intellectual output developed within the project, and then you can also surf on the project website, so feel free to do it. And then two things I forgot to mention. If you didn't sign the participant list, please do. The second, I didn't mention that the policy recommendation, the guidelines are developed by EUF, our partner, and ESN, because I mentioned all the universities who cooperate with us on the project, but not EUF and us. So just to clarify who did what. Then I would like to invite Anna to come here and to present the handbook for students, how they can travel green. Anna, please.
Hi, everybody. My name is Anna Kovalcik. I'm from Poland, and I'm the liaison officer for sustainability here at ESN. I was a student myself. I did Erasmus 4 times. Yeah, lost time. Yeah, 4 times. And I must confirm and confess that I did not travel in a sustainable every time. And I wish something like this existed before I went on mobility. So today I'm going to present you the handbook for students that hopefully will help other students just like me and others to choose maybe more sustainable way of transportation while going on mobility. Okay, so as you probably know or don't, from the beginning of the Erasmus program, more than 10 million of students went on mobility. We have to calculate as well the staff, which is not included in those numbers, so the total number is much bigger than that. And what do we need to understand from those numbers is that this program is significant, and the carbon footprint of students or the staff has a direct influence of the total amount of the carbon footprint. So that's why it is crucial to have this kind of handbook for students before the mobility, so they are aware of what the transportation or flights mostly, how they influence the carbon footprint in total, and how they can maybe change their opinion and change their way of transportation. What we see from other research and basically Green Erasmus project is that students are aware of the climate change and do care about it. However, their behavior do not match the attitude. Of course, there's another question why, but this is the other topic for discussion. But what is important is that this handbook and also other materials available online or offline before the mobility might help to trigger the discussion, the thought of using other transportation modes apart from flights. And we hope that this handbook will exactly do that, that it will bridge this gap, which is still very big, and hopefully it will get smaller by every year or every semester, actually. So this handbook is divided into two major topics, so to say, theory and practice. As you can see, the theoretical part is very theoretical, but very much important as well. So we want to provide students with basic information. What are the mobility patterns of students, meaning Erasmus Plus, and why is it important, and why plane should be avoided. Yes, and also the practical part, which is mostly what students love the best, so practical tips and tricks. Not really enjoying to read much about theory, but practice is always welcomed. So we included things such like, you can see here, of course, the calculator, which Piotr talked about briefly, how to organize a sustainable trip to the Erasmus destination, or the students can get inspired by other students' testimonials who traveled by sustainable means of transport to their Erasmus destination. Yes. Exactly. So as we can see here as well, the biggest problem of the using of flights is at the beginning of the mobility. We can see that 75% of the students use flights to get, or use planes to get to their Erasmus destination. Then on mobility, they tend to use rail and coaches or buses to travel within the country they're staying at. But the biggest flow of student travel by plane exactly to their destination, mostly regardless of how far they're going, unfortunately. That's why we need to think what we can change in a system, very generally speaking, but what we can change so the students change their behavior and travel to their Erasmus destination not by plane, or just partially not by plane. In the handbook as well, we explained a bit the carbon footprint and the connection with Erasmus, they both connection. And as you can see here as well on the slide, one student mobility by plane, of course, is between 100 and 200 kilograms, depending on the distance as well. And just as Piotr mentioned as well, if we would, or they would switch to the buses, the total number of the carbon footprint would decrease by 50%. So the change is significant, and in most cases, it's doable. So that's why we wanted to explain how these things work and why is it important to do so. We also included some technicalities, how exactly it works, what the carbon footprint is, because I think it's very important, as Piotr said, that I didn't know exactly what carbon footprint is. I knew it existed, everyone talks about it, but I can say that not everyone knows what exactly it is. And we, of course, have to keep in mind that it's not realistic that every student will go by rail or bus to their Erasmus destination. It's just not doable. We have to think about a group of students who are not fully mobile, and such such a travel by multiple means of transportation is just a big struggle. And also we have to think about students who live on islands, which are far away sometimes. And of course, again, it's doable, but it just takes a lot of time and struggle and effort to do so. So what we just want to underline is that We care that everyone has the same chance to go on mobility, but we would highly appreciate it when it's done by sustainable means of transportation. Then, of course, we have the graphics and the explanation how to use the calculator itself, which was again presented just before. And we exactly believe that seeing the exact number in front of your eyes, in front of the student's eye, how much carbon footprint the travel would take. This may trigger the thought, the discussion about choosing other transportation, but this has to be done before the mobility, obviously. I mean, there's always a chance to go back from the mobility by rail or by bus, but the point of the handbook is to have it at the universities, in the international offices, on the corridors, on the floors, for students before the mobility, so they know before the mobility what are the other options to choose from. And as I said, the most interesting part, I think, for students is the practical tips, are the practical tips. So as you can see here as well on the slide, we included such things as information how and where to research for sustainable travel solutions, how to compare prices and where to book those options, how to travel light and slow, in a sense, when you're traveling by bus or by rail, you need to have some things with you. Actually, they're not going under the plane as it happens when traveling by plane. So some tricks and tips on the luggage, basically, what to do with it, as probably going for 6 months or for the whole year with one luggage could be challenging, but again, doable. And also we included the possible financial support, which is another big topic for the green top-up, as you're aware, probably. It's not much, so we are explaining a bit as well how to tackle this issue. We also have some planning route, like an example of the planning route from Valencia, Spain to Frankfurt, Germany. And you can see the comparison of the, basically the route by train versus by bus. Yeah, you can see it's not like one bus or one train. Unfortunately, hopefully someday we'll get to there. But I think it's a great actually tool, or just an example to just be aware how much it differs from the plane. And maybe if the difference is not that big, this could be something to consider. Especially, of course, it takes more time, but maybe then on the trip, it's a great opportunity to explore the cities on the way. And we then have some real testimonials from real people, from real students that traveled in a sustainable way. And I think it's a great idea to have those personalized testimonials or stories, so students can feel more connected. So it's not actually some comment, anonymous comment online that yes, it is possible to go by train from Germany to Iceland, but yes, there was someone that went from Germany to Iceland and I did it this way. So I think basically students can get inspired by those stories and hopefully triggered a bit to do it as well in that way. And as far as I know, we're going to have another panel discussion about exactly this topic. So it's going to be as well amazing opportunity for you to hear how it's done, basically. And of course, we invite you all to check out this handbook. If possible, do some QR codes to put it on at the universities, on the floor, so students can scan it and basically use it. And hopefully this handbook and calculator and other tools as well from this project can trigger the students to think about sustainable travel and sustainable Erasmus. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Anna. Yes, like we collected real testimonies of students, and they are real, so real that they are here today. So I would like to invite here Gerion, Christina, and Yasser. You can sit here. Well, Gerion is a student at the University of Bonn and member of Erasmus by Train, one of our partners. We launched together the call Erasmus, like the Erasmus ticket. Yes, Christina, student at the University of Cologne, and Yasser, which is also the president of ESN Switzerland. The experience of Yasser is not included in the handbook, but Yasser is well known in the ESN network for traveling sustainably, and he also wrote a very inspiring article. Sustainable traveling pledge on his blog. So you can use the clicker, and the first is Gideon. Yes, and then you can show the pictures. You have a bit more than 5 minutes. Tell us. I'm traumatizing my speakers, so that's why we are also in advance. No, I'm joking. Like, feel free to share your stories, like your pictures, and also stress the motivation behind your choice. If like your university or your the environment surrounding you influenced your choice. If you had any obstacles and how you got rid of them.
Thank you, Paula, for the introduction. Yes, my name is Gerion, and I'm from Bonn, Germany. And is it on? Yes, I have to speak into it. Yes, excellent. And I went to Iceland, so that's difficult. There are no trains, no direct connections at least. So I had to figure something out. And as Paula said, I'm part of Erasmus by Train. We are an organization which pushes for more sustainable transport in the Erasmus program. And I was part of that before my mobility, so I was kind of in an environment that promoted that in a way. And also in my university, I studied geography, and we talk a lot about sustainability, and I am very much into transport. So I did consider my impact, but I also want to stress that this is not only about individual choices, it is very much about incentives that need to be changed. And the idea of a person's carbon footprint may not be the optimal tool to talk about this all the time. But yes, I went to Iceland, and there is exactly one ferry connection, so I took that, I guess. And that is from Denmark. So I first had to get to Denmark, and I did that by train. And yeah, I come from Western Germany, Bonn, so I had to go north and make a stop in Hamburg. And this is also where my brother lives and where I have friends and family. So I made a stop. I arrived at noon, and my train to Denmark left at midnight. So basically, I had a lot of time, and I met my family. It was great. And one of the things, which is probably also in the handbook, I guess, is that you can leave your luggage at the train station to free up yourself for the day. And that is also something, this is one of the Instagram stories that I published on our Erasmus by Train Instagram channel, which we promote, obviously, as one tip. So I had those 3 pieces of luggage, the big suitcase, the backpack, and the small backpack, and I put it into luggage storage because that's the smart thing to do, right? Had a great day. And returned at midnight and found out that the luggage service has opening hours, which is very unfortunate, and which I should have known, and which I should have, like, it's right there on the sign, by the way, like the opening hours are right there, which is especially stupid in hindsight. But I only had this small black backpack, and I was at the train station, and I had to leave because if I would have waited for the thing to reopen at 8 in the morning, my ferry would be gone. Like, I had no chance of catching that. So I could talk about this night for a long time because I considered many things like renting a car and carpooling and taking a later ferry, and everything didn't really work out. So I scrambled, tried to get to a hostel. They didn't have any beds. Long story. Anyway, in the end, I just went back to my brother's place and just got a lot of stuff from him, like new t-shirts and toothbrush and like all the stuff, because I didn't have anything in my backpack. Like, I had 2 books, great, but no phone charger. Like, there's yeah, and then I took a lot of his stuff, and I forgot underwear, which was unfortunate. So I had to buy that. But anyway, I was on my way to Denmark, and I caught the ferry. That was great. and the ferry stops at the Faroe Islands. So Iceland is basically at the top left of the map, if you imagine it like that. And the Faroe Islands are between Denmark and Iceland, and you can choose to stay for 3 days there if you want to. I forgot that I still have one more picture. This is me realizing that I've just lost my luggage. The ferry stops at the Faroe Islands, which is a small island group, and I chose to stay there for 3 days. And this is one of the major advantages. Like, you can turn your trip into a vacation, and you can choose to stay in places and experience the culture as you move through the landscape, which is not possible when you fly. You just fly over countries. But here you go through the countries, you experience the countries. And I met another person on the ferry. This is Carl. He is from Sweden, and he was also solo traveling. So we rented bikes together spontaneously on the Faroe Islands and explored them for 3 days. And that was amazing. We had great weather. I didn't have much stuff, but I had new people, and that was great. Yeah, went on another small ferry to a small island with cute little houses. 12 people live permanently on this small island, and had a great time. Then we went further on to the ferry to Iceland, and this is me with my assortment of small bags and stuff. This is all the stuff I have. It is 2 tents, by the way, because the ferry arrives in Iceland, but it doesn't arrive in Reykjavik. It doesn't arrive in the capital, but it arrives at the very other side of the island, which is okay. There are no direct buses. There are no, like, you can't get to the capital in one day. But I arranged with other Erasmus students a road trip, and they would start in the capital, and then they would pick me up after 4 days, and then we would have a road trip for another 10 days, I think, around the island. And so I was waiting in the middle of nowhere, waiting for 4 unknown people to pick me up, hoping that they would pick me up. Like, I wasn't sure they could just not come, but they did come, and that worked out perfectly. They were amazing. Like, 2 of those 4 people are my best friends from Iceland today, and I've visited both of them multiple times. Yeah, we went camping. I had my camping stuff, and again, amazing weather, great people, just, yeah, amazing. Last day, saw a volcano for the first time erupting, just before arriving in Reykjavik after roughly 2 weeks of getting there, losing all my stuff, but finding many people and great memories along the way. And yes, in the end, I want to stress that this is very much only possible because I come from a very privileged position, both in terms of money as well in terms of time, because this is not time efficient and definitely more expensive. It is important to make slow traveling and sustainable traveling, especially, the option that is financially viable for all people. And yeah, that's my story.
Hello, can you hear me? Yes, I hope so. My name is Christina. I'm from Cologne in Germany, right next to Bonn. And I'm also here to share my story. Yes. Okay. My Erasmus destination was Istanbul in Turkey. And yeah, I decided obviously to travel there by train and by bus. Yes, first I took the train to Vienna in Austria. Sorry, by the way, this is in German, the map. From there, I took the bus to Sofia and another bus to Istanbul. And yeah, first I wanted to, or in the beginning, I was planning to take the train, but I couldn't find any train tickets. I don't even know if it's possible to travel in the Balkan by train, but maybe even like this handbook could have been a good device for me to find out, because this was one of my biggest struggle, to find these tickets online somewhere. Yes, my main motivation, of course, obviously, was to cause less emissions. But also I wanted, or I was seeking a little adventure, and like you said, I wanted to experience the actual, like, the distance and the Balkan and everything that's in between Köln and Istanbul. So yes, I wouldn't. Yeah, I would say that my social environment kind of positively influenced me because most of my friends are vegans and they try to avoid planes and stuff. But still, I don't know. Most of the people I talked to about my plans said that, or thought that it was kind of impossible. These 2,500 kilometers. So yeah, I didn't really know where to start to find tickets, and I don't know. Also, my university didn't really support me, I would say. So yeah, thanks for doing making this handbook. Yeah. Also, this 50 years of green top up are or is a small motivation as well. Yes. What else? My biggest fear was because I traveled there in February. Was to get stuck somewhere in the snow, in the cold, and being lost somewhere, or that my bus trip would be cancelled due to weather conditions, or that there might even be accidents. Yeah, but I kept in contact with my friends and family, and that's why I didn't feel so alone on the trip. And yeah, in the end, everything went well. And yeah, um, now that I'm sitting here, I was thinking about whether you, or I was wondering, do you consider also that, because some friends visited me in my Erasmus, I don't know if you consider this as well, but when my mom visited me in Istanbul, she was so inspired by my travel that she also took train and bus. And yeah, I was very proud. This is my mom at the Bosphorus. Yes, she made me really proud, and she loved it. She said that she wants to travel much more like this, and it was so much fun and adventure. And she said that everyone can do this. Yeah, even though it was 50 hours of traveling, but yeah, she enjoyed it. Thank you.
Do you hear me? Yes. Um, it's gonna be hard to take over after these two very nice stories. So yeah, my name is. wait, yeah, okay, it's working. So my name is Yasser. As Paula said, I'm the president of Yes in Switzerland. So I'm not gonna talk to you about my journey during my exchange. Because I was not sustainable during my exchange. I traveled way too much by plane. But there was kind of also a reason or a journey that led me to this. Uh, oh wow, okay, already okay. So my social and study environment was very much in favor of tackling environmental issues. I studied in Lausanne in Switzerland in an engineering school that was very much pushing for solutions to tackle climate change, etc. And the student side was also very active on that front. So I can say that I was aware of environmental issues, but I never really considered tackling the more like the transport part of it. But I would say the turning point was COVID, because with COVID, I didn't travel at all by plane for a long time. I think I took the plane for the first time after a year and a half after COVID started. And the thing is that after that period of time, or during that period of time, I traveled much more by carpooling or by train, and but I never really tried long distance traveling by train. So in summer in 2021, my friends proposed that we do an interrail. That was the first time I would do like any long distance traveling, and that was also the time when I became president of ESN Switzerland. So for me, it was kind of the logical next step for me in kind of my sustainable journey to try to be more sustainable also in my traveling. So I did this interrail journey, which took me from Switzerland to Vienna, Prague, Krakow, Budapest, down to Novi Sad and back to Switzerland. And it was quite amazing. It was very challenging at first. My parents thought I was crazy. I come from Lebanon originally, so for them, traveling by anything other than plane is just not an option. So it was quite challenging also to kind of convince them that this is a good idea. And I also had my fears of my own, like traveling for a long time. How is it gonna be? Um, Going by night train. Also, that was the first time I was gonna go on a by night train. I did travel by night bus before, but night train I didn't know how it's gonna be like. The traveling costs because I took an interrail, but there were so many additional costs that come after that that it made the journey much more expensive than what I thought it originally. And also how I'm gonna cope with traveling so much. So actually, all of these fears were kind of absolved at the end. Like I just I enjoyed it so much. I met so many new people along the way. The person on the picture on the bottom on the right is one of the people who hosted us in Vienna, for example. The remaining people are my friends. We were hosted by a lot of people in the different cities. We met a lot of locals and international people, and it was a very much enriching journey. And this is something that I found very much interesting compared to flying, is that the journey is as much as interesting as the destination, or much more interesting, to be honest, because I met so many people, I discovered so many new cultures, I discovered so many new cities and countries that it really made it much more interesting. So after that, I was like, I needed I needed to challenge myself. I'm a person that wants to constantly challenge my motivation. So I kind of took a pledge to not take the plane for a year. And at that time, I was becoming president of ESN Switzerland. That meant a lot of traveling to different events. So it kind of an Erasmus in a way. Um, so in the end, it worked out perfectly. And oh shit, is it working? No, yeah. So I traveled a lot by sustainable means of transportation. I don't remember how many times, to be honest. But this is kind of all the journeys that I did. It took me from one end of Europe to another, all the way up to Edinburgh, down to Istanbul, going to Greece, Italy, down to Porto, to the other side of Europe again. So just to say that it's feasible. It's feasible to arrive to any destination you want. It's just that we need the incentive for it. And I was pushing a lot for that discussion, that topic to be brought up in my organization. So a lot of people supported me, especially financially, which is why I managed to do all of this, because my organization, Yes in Switzerland, supported me financially to do all of that. Otherwise, I would not have been able to do it. And the biggest other challenge for me was definitely to find the most suitable routes to get from one point to another. It took me a long time. For example, the latest journey that I did, which took me from Switzerland all the way down to Istanbul, the big circle, that was for me the most challenging part, because some places there are no trains, or there are trains that have been stopped due to COVID or whatever. So I had to combine 10 different websites to find like the most suitable journey, and it was crazy. so many additional costs that I didn't foresee at the beginning. But in the end, it worked out well. I enjoyed it so much. I met so many people on all different kinds of modes of transportation. One other thing before finishing is that I found out that even if sustainable traveling can be very tiring, can have a lot of unexpected things happening. On my way to Brussels from Switzerland, I had a delay of 3 hours in Germany. Thank you, Deutsche Bahn. Um, but I managed to meet a lot of people during those kind of trying moments. One person that I met in Munich on my way to Croatia is a Belgian guy who, during that trip, we had a lot of problems. The train stopped, no electricity, whatever. And we kept a lot of contact together, and we met again in the journey. I met a lot of other people that I met again during the journey. So just to say that it creates you a whole experience that you would not get otherwise. And maybe like just the final slide, you cannot enjoy that kind of view on a plane. You can get it at some point, maybe, but not always. And it takes you everywhere. It takes you to Edinburgh, it takes you to Croatia, and it takes you to Athens. And yeah, well, I thought I had one more, but yeah. So that's it. I'm trying my best. Of course, I won't say that I'm 100% perfect in what I do, but the thing is that we need to advance the topic, to talk about it a bit more, to make those incentives much bigger than just 50 euros, because 50 euros does not cover at all the costs of train traveling or sustainable traveling to your destination. We need to make these kind of train traveling or sustainable traveling routes much easier to find, but also to take. Because, for example, I used to work as well on the side. No, I was doing an internship during that last year, and I I managed to actually work a lot on trains, which I couldn't do on planes. But there are some trains that where I really just couldn't work because sometimes the facilities were not um, accommodated for that. Like there were no plugs, there were nothing of the sort. So in general, just make the whole journey much more feasible for any person who's working, studying, or just going on vacation. So all in all, I would say it's definitely feasible, but a long way ahead still.
Thank you very much, guys. I'm so happy that you came here to share your stories, and I think we can all learn a lot from them. Now, since we are talking about different modes of transportation, I would like to invite Guido from Go to Rail, a startup trying to create networks among students heading to the same exchange destination.
Hello, everyone. My name is Guido Martinolli. I'm CEO and co-founder of GoToRail. But apart from that, I'm a PhD student at the University of Valencia in HR psychology. So I'm very much interested into behavioral change and sustainability. And nothing. I'm a previous Erasmus Mundus student in work organizational psychology and volunteer at the Erasmus Mundus Association. Well, let's keep it short. Let's go to the problem here. I think that we all know that. Maybe Piotr more than anyone else. And this is a true and sad reality. And what that means, well, it means quite a bit. It means that the emissions of CO2 equivalents, yep, thank you very much, of CO2 equivalents is quite high. These are rough estimations that we managed to compute through the survey that we launched before the pandemic, so they were not biased, and the estimations are are sensitive to water. It means that if you travel from an island, you have way more probabilities to take the plane than the train, and or also according to luggage weight and distance, of course. The more far you are, I mean, if you go on Erasmus from Brussels to Paris, it's very likely that you take or a train or Flixbus or whatever. So nothing. This is the problem. So we gave a look a little bit more to the population I belong to, and we belong to all. So we are a population that actually we love to travel cheap. So we don't want to spend too much money on that, and this is probably the very reason why we all use Ryanair, right? But Anna, you said it also before, there is this willingness to behave more sustainably. And this is a true thing. So there is a intention behavior gap that we need to fill, you know. At the same time, we are a population that really enjoys culture, meeting new people. I think this is the very reason, the top reason why you go on Erasmus. I don't think that you go on Erasmus because at the University of Valencia there are better professors. Maybe that's top 3 or 4. I mean. And we usually, when we go on Erasmus, there is a very shocking period or time moment that is like 2 months, 1 month before when you start thinking about, gosh, where I'm going to live, where I'm going, what advantages can I take in that very country, and so on and so forth. So nothing. Let's move to the solution. But before, one question. In your opinion, what is the strongest discount that you can have on rail companies, bus companies, or stuff like that? The strongest? No? Group discounts. No, group discounts are the strongest. So the point here is, let's go here, so, yeah. So what we do? We put in contact all the students that are traveling from a city to another city, and that doesn't mean that those students study in the same universities. I can study, for example, at the University of Trento, but I'm from Bologna. I can study in the University of I don't know, Lille, and I'm from Paris. Okay. So we put them in contact. Breaking news here, 94% usually doesn't know each other. So this is something that is kind of very tricky and very important. So people don't know each other because they study in different universities, they study in different departments, and international offices cannot share the personal details for GDPR reasons. But why do we put them in contact? Well, we put them in contact at the beginning for sharing doubts, okay, and tips for the exchange period. But of course, as said, for taking advantage of high-speed train discounts. Do you know how much usually the discounts go to? They usually, for students, they are 60 or 70% on the base price. So, for example, from Bologna to Paris, you travel with 58.20 euros, for example. But that's there's even more. So there usually you live another type of experience. You have a fun trip. You meet new people. You meet new cultures. So this is really a shared trip is something that really makes a difference. And finally, you really arrive at a new destination, okay, in a different way, knowing already new people. So a little bit more, we already did some stuff. So here maybe there are some other testimonials. 50 people traveled like this in September. 70 people are going to travel like this in for Christmas. You're gonna say, okay, 70, come on. Well, you need to know that under Christmas there are huge limitations for group discounts because they are very busy. But we already found another solution for that. So Go to Rail is really about sharing doubts before you live. You leave for your destination. It's about living a LinkedIn life when and while you are traveling. Okay, is reaching at your final destination, feeling at home. Okay, and this can sound strange, but it's really like that, and this allows you to really live that very experience, which is the Erasmus experience in a totally different way. Because usually when you arrive, you feel maybe lonely, you don't know, you don't feel social support, and this way you have really at least a 10 group people that can help you out on that. Okay, and it means also to make sustainability fun. And this is important because being sustainable is not only about price, okay? It's not only about price because there are already solutions. Flixbus is a solution. It's a cheap solution that would allow you to travel from Brussels to Naples, maybe, okay? But doing it lonely, okay, or alone, maybe this is a little bit a point there. Where are we? So some universities are supporting us. So Italian and French one mainly. Okay, so we are here now, but we are moving also to Spain and Belgium. So this is where we are heading to. But what's next? June 2023. We are working to set up the first international students charters. Trains only dedicated to international students, okay, that will be really thematic trains. So each coach will have a specific theme. For example, music, language exchange, entrepreneurship, okay, for making those 12 hours the most engaging experience ever. Okay, so the concept is really that your Erasmus starts not when you arrive, but when you leave, okay, the door of your house. Okay, that's a little bit the point. And the first pilot is going to be, or at least we are working to have it from Bologna to Paris. Well, Bologna is where I'm alumnus, so there's like it's in my heart. So keeping it short, I think that the testimonials brought some issues up, like sleeping, some like consumption. Well, this is why we are thinking about the go-to host, and we have already tested it a little bit. So it's the first couch surfing for students, from students, okay? Couch surfing is great, but I think that when you are a student of a 23-year-old student, maybe you don't want to be hosted by a 50-year person, okay? Because there are different, there are some differences, you know. So there can be some gaps, and of course we are working on also the go-to places. The go-to places are, and we are a team member of ours is writing her master thesis of that on that. Is oops, well. The go-to places are a network of sustainable places identified through the go-to score, which is an evidence-based, customer-oriented an indicator that allows you to identify the sustainability of the place in a very specific city. And the goal here is that once you have arrived in your final destination, you can behave sustainably, knowing local and sustainable shops of that very city. The team of founders is myself, is Nicola, who is a PhD candidate at the in Paris in logistics, Gianluca and Nicola also. And of course, we are supported by a young, solid, and competent team, okay, composed of Giovanna, who is supporting business development, Carlotta, who is writing her thesis on the go-to places and the go-to score, Valerio, and Giovanni Maria. Nothing. That's very much it. I think we are all on the same ship somehow, and the more we are, the greener and funnier it gets. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Guido. I'm very glad that GoToRail is expanding. Now I would like to invite another representative of the transport sector, because the railway network in Europe is not even. So sometimes bus is the alternative, a good alternative to plane, and most of the time also the most affordable one. Please, Amanda from Flixbus.
Thank you, Paula. Just tell me, do I use the clicker? Yeah, does it work like, no? It doesn't work like that. So I'm so old that I have not had an Erasmus, nor do I know how to use a clicker. So my name is Amanda. I work in public affairs, relations with the EU here in Brussels, and I've been with Flix for a couple of years now. And I was instructed to talk to you a little bit more about what's our vision for sustainability, the future of mobility, and what is it that we do about it. So I think we're all on the same page, and Flix was mentioned a couple of times. How many of you have traveled here with a Flixbus or a Flix train? All right, that's a lot. So basically, not to dwell too much on it, so Flix was born in 2013 in Germany with this vision of collective transport that can be sustainable and affordable at the same time. These two things not be mutually exclusive. So from a German startup, I just wanted to show you what is now our global footprint. So by now, actually, this is not even accurate anymore. It's about 38 countries with pre-pandemic about 400,000 daily connections. So something that we heard a lot here was that you were having kind of troubles, right? Finding an operator, booking tickets. And this is a little bit what is easier with Flix, having such a big network and a continent-wide footprint. So maybe I don't need to persuade you here, but this is a little bit something that we do cover, is that long-distance buses are actually one of the most sustainable ways to travel. So 6 times better than a car. So here, these are German figures, for example, and you can see Flix train and Flix bus. So for those that maybe don't know, we've started with Flix bus, but as of 2018, we also have Flix trains, first in Germany and then in Sweden as well. And basically, these are the carbon emissions, like Piotr was saying, per passenger. Yeah, we see our long distance buses faring very well, and this is also because we use data analytics in order to plan our network and in order to make sure that these buses are full. So more passengers, less emissions, right? And basically what we've realized, and this is an analysis of, again, the German market, is that for us, the future of mobility is collective and green. So we kind of, this is what we heard a lot today, right? That we need to shift from cars and planes to buses and trains. And we see here basically kind of also with some figures supporting this, this view of how a good network, you know, with the capillarity of the buses and a strong railway offer can basically increase the number of passengers for collective travel, right? This is basically what you see from the opening of the German market, from the entry of Flix, you see a raise of passengers for both bus and train. Also our competitors. So I am working in public affairs, and this is a little bit maybe a professional deformation. So whereas buses are doing fairly well, a good starting point when it comes to carbon emissions, we do absolutely need to do more in order to achieve carbon neutrality. And what we see right now is that the focus is a lot on disincentivizing, right? Disincentivizing individual mobility, introducing energy taxation, reducing access to city centers. But what we want to raise awareness is also that there's a need for investment in technology, in research, of alternative drives, of alternative fuel sources, and a stronger charging and infrastructure supply across the EU. And this is a little bit, just to keep it short, a little bit, this is a hypothetical future fuel cell bus. So this is a little bit what we're doing about it. So definitely we're not only open, but very keen to try out and pilot all kinds of various technologies that could have a potential for the future. So you can see we've launched a lot of world's, or at least Europe's first. So long distance electric bus, biogas made of sewage sludge, actually in the Netherlands, and that one you can actually try out if you live in Brussels. It's a Brussels-Amsterdam route that goes about twice a day. So it does about 800 kilometers a day. So quite a good use case there. And most recently we did the longest world line with rapeseed or colza in France. And the picture here, what we are hoping to see the first bus by 2024 is the hydrogen fuel cell bus, where we've partnered with Freudenberg in Germany, thanks to the investment also in support of the German Environment Ministry. So this is a little bit to kind of show also that operators are very aware of the current challenges, and this is a little bit what we are trying to do. And yeah, thanks a lot for taking the Flixbus and the Flixtrain.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Amanda. Well, now it's time for questions. So you waited long. Now it's your turn. You can raise your questions to Amanda, to Guido, to Piotr.
Geographies, because we also across Europe have countries with different infrastructure, with different, with just different geographies. And I think the long-term vision is still a little bit more in development given the technology where it stands.
Okay, thank you for the nice presentation. My question will be directed to Guido, right? Yeah, sorry if I wrong with the pronunciation. Yeah. So my question is exactly like, have you considered like making kind of partnership or collaboration with the ESN, like maybe for if I consider what the Flixbus and Ryanair did, because for I don't know for Flixbus, if like you are a member of ESN and you are authorized the ESN card, if you plan your travel maybe to move from one region to the other, you usually get a promo code so that you travel more sustainably. So are you considering the same option, or maybe you got another plan to motivate this?
Well, thank you very much for the question. Yes, we are in contact since quite a bit, actually. I think Juan, so actually growing the project from nonsense to something that maybe is a little bit more concrete and practical. So yes, there are partnerships about discounts. What the prices that you see with GoToRail are the lowest prices possible. GoToRail doesn't take advantage and profit from what the students pay because we use other revenue streams. I'm also a student. I know that students don't have much money, and so I don't ask other students to pay for that. As for partnerships, you mentioned this word. I think it's a very strong word, and I think that we are all friends somehow. Also, Flixbus. I don't think it's kind of a competition there. We have different services that can be integrated. As you saw, a charter, a train dedicated only for international students needs to move 420 students at least together. So we need to bring them together in one city. Okay, so maybe there can be like an agreement there, okay, for bringing and having discounts for all those that are going to travel on that charter. So yeah, that's pretty much it. I don't know if it's fine for you. Thank you. Always for me.
Yes. Thank you. I was curious about the fact that you were saying that it's extending to Belgium, and so it's Spain, Belgium, France, and Italy. That's right at the moment. But is the website available in English so that even students that are coming to these countries can also benefit from the information? As it was explained before, that, for instance, for the ones that are receiving relatives or friends, that they could also enjoy this platform with the student being in one of these countries, for instance?
Yeah, the website is only in English. So yeah, I think that English is French was before the European language. Now it's English. So yeah, I think that everyone can benefit of that. And usually, I mean, we are Italian. Most of the team is Italian, so the English we use it's very basic somehow. So I think it's accessible to everyone. Yeah. So I don't know if that was the question, but yes.
Yeah, it's to know if the students not coming from these countries also can benefit from the website. So yes, basically.
Yes. Now the thing why those four countries are mentioned is that we need always to get in contact with the train companies to get to know their mechanism of group discounts. It's not standardized in various ways, in the sense that the number of people in one group is a variable. The way you can do that, like for TGV, everything is automatized. For Trenitalia Frecciarossa, you need to call the offices. So there are some. So this is the way why we are really going from one out.
Facilitate.
Yes. So
Okay.
it's going to increase, of course. So we hope to reach also Germany, Portugal, and all Europe. You know, so this is the point, but it takes a little bit of
And
time.
you work with membership, because you spoke about the charter, but how do the students have the access to these services?
We are in strong collaboration with universities. So all the students that can potentially be involved in the initiative are informed via email by the relevant universities. So the international offices that have knowledge about the destination, okay, can usually send an informative email that we share with them, and they spread the word in this way. Yeah.
Last question, is there the possibility also to work with the boat companies, or as the countries you are speaking about maybe are not so much concerned, maybe Spain or even Italy to Sicilia, for instance?
Yes. We use a little bit the Pareto principle here, in the sense that we try to tackle the majority for starting, and then of course we are going to also include all those scenarios that of course in that case need a ship, you know. So but in this very moment, no, we are focusing only on train, and once we are done with trains, of course we are going to integrate also other kinds of means of transportation. Of course, there is also the point about micro mobility. So probably we are going to close deals with I don't know, Dot or Mobike or whatever, so that the the travelers that travel with GoToRail, okay, or through GoToRail can then visit the city also in a sustainable way. So that's a little bit the point. But this is something that is in the future. Yeah.
Thank you very much. It's true that it's a question that came from some students and some from universities here in Belgium, if they had to use the boats, how this could also be covered. So maybe that will be a question to DJ EAC.
Hello, thank you very much. I'm Svetlana from National Erasmus Plus Office Ukraine, and thank you very much for all the information you provided and for the project and the guidelines. And in fact, we also created on our website Erasmus Inclusive and Erasmus Green, where we promote already all the information and things you've done. And while again having now and surviving now the horrible situation in Ukraine, and after this brutal invasion of Russian Federation of Ukraine, we are in any case continuing our work, and especially in the higher education, and also trying to now also build a kind of a capacity for the further culture of greening technology usage, but also the green skills within our students and among our students. And we have a lot of students now with the flexibility measures also in Europe, and also Ukrainians in Europe due to war against Ukraine. And I was wondering if maybe your team would consider to apply for the new call for proposals with the project, where you also include the consequences of war into the description which you presented today. Like also we have this nuclear terrorism and also ecology catastrophe as a consequences of war. But also the platform may be specific, or some further training also for Ukrainians or students from Ukraine who are now there for this also green skills development. And even though, for example, for such actions like small scale partnership or the looking forward partnership, Ukrainian organizations are not eligible, but the people in Ukraine, I mean, as a target audience could be covered by this, or also the organizations could be covered by other actions. But is it possible that you consider like having a future projects in this matter? I'm sure it would be extremely important now being integrating as the candidate country to the EU. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you very much. Someone from the partner universities wants to reply, or it's questions for ESN? Well, for us, I think we are in contact quite regularly. So, well, we cannot say no. We say, of course. I mean, we are very open. We don't. I personally have anything in mind, like specifically, but I think we can are definitely open to, after this event, to sit together, have a discussion, and then see what we can do, and then put like our joint forces and our efforts together. So yes, I mean it's a yes. We just need to write the proposal then.
Thank you. It's a question for Piotr. Sorry for the pronunciation as well. I had a question regarding the carbon footprint calculation tool that you presented. I haven't had a chance to have a look at it, of course. But in your presentation, you didn't mention social economic factors. And I was wondering if it was a conscious decision on your side, because as we've heard from the testimonies regarding Erasmus trips, like obviously the environment that you grew up in is very important, but also like the economic aspect of the trip is essential. So yeah, why is it a conscious choice on your part to not take this into account when developing the calculation tool?
Okay, so first of all, I would like to use this opportunity because I've noticed one mistake in my presentation, not in the output, but in the presentation. When Guido was making his presentation, notice that I said that the footprint was 400 tons, when in fact it was 400 kilotons. So, sorry. And as for your question, I'm not sure if I understand it correctly. You're referring to socioeconomic factors of being sustainable. Well, I haven't mentioned that because actually my calculation was pretty much technical. I didn't really think about why people chose as they did, but I used the data to calculate the actual footprint. That wasn't my role to go much into reasoning why. There are other people here who are more competent to go into people's mind and their behavior. Yes, Guido, I'm looking at you as well. The calculator also focuses on transportation issues because that's another aspect. Carbon footprint is not only caused by transportation. Transportation is, of course, one of the main contributors, but there are other things such as heating, such as the kind of food we choose, whether it is how it is packed, etc., etc. We didn't focus on that because our project was specifically focused on transportation aspects. That's why the calculation also looked at just main transportation, okay, the road that you go from your university to the hosting university and back. And probably social economic aspects that involve social economic aspects that affect our choice are very important, but unfortunately they are slightly beyond the scope of our reach. In the Erasmus program, we already work with adult people, young adults, but adults. Okay, we cannot kind of affect what they've already experienced as children, where they grew, etc., etc. We can only try to make them aware of the problem and convince them to be a bit more sustainable in the fields that are somehow connected with academic activity, which is why we selected to focus on transportation. I'm not sure if this answers your question. Okay, then I'll pass the mic to Mario, my colleague.
Yes. Hello, I'm Mariusz. I'm the colleague of Piotr, and I was cooperating with him and with the other colleagues within the project. And just to make it clear, like as Piotr just mentioned, this carbon footprint calculator with some charts, also some maps, etc., which is of course also in the report. It's like the snapshot or the diagnosis, the starting point, like based on quite simplifying assumptions, just to make it clear and quite readable for, let's say, wider audience. But there are other elements which included at least a little socioeconomic factors. One was some preliminary research among higher education institutions about the policies, and there were questions about what these institutions do for reducing carbon footprint, both for transport related issues and the other. And then there were some focuses, also focus group interviews with people asking why they choose this kind of transport, why they don't choose the other kind, more sustainable modes of transport. And actually we regret that these colleagues that presented these 3 testimonials were not taking part directly, because it was great. It was really great, like confirmation of what we just found in this focus group. So if you go, for example, using this barcode, even to the last report, like this handbook for students, and it has references to the other parts of the research. These are these elements. I also wanted to ask the questions about these testimonials, but there is no time. So, but it's really, we were asking, yes, we can do it. We are just trying to ask during these focus groups interviews about, is there really just the cost that affects choosing flights, or also the other reasons? And the answers are not so simple. But again, these testimonials give this answer a little bit. So if I have a voice, if I can also like pass the voice a little bit to I'm looking at you, but it's actually any one of 3 colleagues that were showing the pictures. If you can share your thoughts, it's even not the question, it's about the ask to share your thoughts. Because what is typical for Erasmus, it's also adventure, of course. There's occasion for adventure, for meeting the cultures, etc. And I already noticed from your presentation that that probably it's not the cost that affected your choice. This 50 euro, of course, is not too much, for example, yes? And probably also not the timing and the easiness of using all these 10, 12, 11 websites, yes? So I'm nearly sure that you have chosen this to make this adventure, to make traveling, to meet people, etc. But my question is, how do you feel about the other students, like about the atmosphere? Because you were, I suppose, quite engaged in the Erasmus program, in like alternative way of traveling. How do you think, this is about the socioeconomic factors, actually the question, how do you feel the other students, like the mass of students, what factors influence their decision? Is the cost, is the adventure seeking, or something else? What do you think? If you could just even quickly, it's not like the question for responding very, very, precisely, but about your feelings. Thank you.
Yes, I always find it difficult to talk about going on my Erasmus sustainably and sharing that story, because it often imposes a sense of, and you're not doing this, so you're a bad person. And this is the same feeling I get when we talk about the environmental footprint, and we do this here today a lot. And I find it problematic because some people don't have the means, and that includes monetary, that includes time, that includes knowledge, as we heard. Like, it is hard to book tickets to, like, how do you get to Turkey, to Iceland, wherever, to Portugal? It's horrible. You can get there by train, but it's horrible. It is a knowledge problem, and it is a problem of privilege. And it is therefore hard to communicate a story of going sustainably when you don't want to impose that expectation on other people. So I think that is a major part in it. And I think that other people shouldn't feel bad, they should be inspired. And they shouldn't also, I think people should know about their footprint, but then not feel bad about not doing the ecological thing, because incentives are misaligned. And this is at the core of the problem. And I think it's a very hard thing to communicate, because if you have this calculator and you ask people to put their stuff in there and see, oh, I have emissions of so and so many tons, that's horrible, I'm a horrible person. No, the system is horrible. Like the political system is just not aligned with the correct incentives for traveling sustainably.
Hello, I'm Nikos. I'm also a member of the team of the consortium of Erasmus Goes Green. I would like to go back to your question on the socioeconomic aspects. This is a very, very complex issue. The whole issue that we're discussing today is a very complex issue. The socioeconomics is also one of the aspects, one of the things that we need to keep in mind when working with these things. But just to emphasize on how complex this issue is, let's consider just the calculator. We decided to focus on the technical aspects, as Marius and Piotr said, just to have a picture, a view of what's going on and what the total carbon footprint is. But if you test the calculator, and I advise everyone to test it and give us your feedback, we need your feedback. For example, you can choose, if you choose car transportation, you can choose the type of car and the technology, and let's say you choose an electric car. So you are environmental friendly. Okay, your choice is environmental friendly. Yes, but where does electricity come from? Does it come from renewable sources, or does it come again from carbon? So it's a very complex issue with multiple dimensions. And if you want to be in accordance with what we are discussing, and I think what we share as a common opinion that we need to protect the environment and we need to reduce our footprint, whether this is the carbon footprint, the ecological footprint, the water footprint, any footprint that we live on this planet, we need to view all the aspects of this issue, including socioeconomics. So this is a starting point. We just have an image, a view, these thousands of tons of CO2, and we can start from that. We can go back to ourselves and to our choices, but always keep in mind the bigger picture, that we are parts of a bigger picture. Thank you.
You were also waiting to speak? Okay. Because I want to reflect a bit on what Gideon said, also replying to the question. Well, I'm Juan, also from ESN. Because I think what we should do, recently in another project about social inclusion and removing barriers to participation and mobility, we developed this social model to inclusion that I think is quite applicable to how to foster sustainable travel, right? And we identify 3 types of barriers. The first one, institutional barriers. And this is exactly what Geren was speaking about. It's simply very difficult from a financial point of view and also from a logistical point of view, right? But then we move, because this we know, and this of course requires, this is why we thought, for instance, it was so important to have Flixbus here today, because Flixbus is providing solutions, or Go to Rail, because they are providing solutions to remove those institutional barriers. This is the first part. This is also why we are advocating towards the Commission to increase the top-up. So those barriers require institutional changes. And of course, this is very important, since we have so many universities here, it can also be done at the university level. There are many examples of green top-ups. For instance, Utrecht has also almost 200 years of top-up. So measures are there. And then what are the next steps? The next steps are to focus on the 2 other barriers, which are the environmental ones. And this is why testimonials are so important, because there are many students that can be convinced, because we see that sometimes a little push can help to make a difference. Once that we have addressed the first type of institutional barriers, that of course also require systemic change, but can be addressed with support financially, with guidance through tools, etc., we need to focus on the peer-to-peer engagement. And I think this is also why, tools like the handbook are so important, because it can make a difference. For instance, for me, as president of ESN, I've been trying to travel more sustainable in the last 6 months. I recently came from Spain by Flixbus. I went to Vienna train, Bulgaria train. And this, to be honest, only happened because I had people like Jazz doing it before me, even though I have already done 2 interrails. But that peer-to-peer component, from a motivational point of view, and this is very important, not from a blaming the other point of view, as Gideon said. No, from a look, I did this, it's very cool, look at the pictures, you can work on the way, why don't you do it as well? And then that leads to the final change, which is the attitudinal factors, okay? Can I do it? Am I motivated? Am I inspired? So if you follow this kind of thread in which you focus on the barriers and not on blaming the person, I think we can achieve real change. Gradually, but it can be done. What we see in the data is that students, when they go on Erasmus, they are terrified about the administrative barriers. They are terrified about bureaucracy, so many things, you need to carry your luggage, etc. So I think that if we just support more that preparation process, we can make a tremendous difference, because many students are willing to be compelled to go abroad sustainable. And I think that just support mechanisms are probably the next step. How can we do it? Well, this will be the second part of the discussion today. So I'm going to leave it here so then we can chat. About it during the panels. But I just wanted to give this a bit of an overview.
Thank you very much, Juan. Yes, clap. Yeah. And then we take one last question from Anna, and then we can join the lunch. Don't be shy. You can even approach the speakers during the lunch break if they wish or if they are not eating. Yeah, feel free.
I have a comment and a question. So maybe a comment to your question, rhetorical question, is that I see a lot of potential in universities. Because like when I was doing my first Erasmus and the second one, it never came from my mind to use other transportation as apart from a plane. And now we have the green top up, and I know it's a big struggle for universities to include it in procedure. It's a lot of paperwork and stuff, but I think it's the right time to basically trigger students also from the university side to use other transportation systems for Erasmus. And speaking about higher education institutions, it's my question to Guido. How was the start, or how is it the collaboration with universities? Are they eager to collaborate and to introduce such measures? Exactly from the perspective of student who, was not informed at all about anything more than what amount of grant I will get and when to sign my agreement. And like that's the end of the collaboration. Yeah, exactly.
With universities, actually great if they pick up the phone. Yeah, that's a little bit the point. Really, to talk to some universities, I needed to call them like 20 times, and then they pick up the phone. They promise, yeah, we're gonna send the email, but oh, so you need to call them again. So this is a little bit a point here, but there are also then people like Matt at KU Leuven who really support these kind of initiatives, and they really leverage on their network to really reach the universities. Because if it is a person that works already in institutions, okay, the channel is warmer, not hot, but warmer, and so that helps quite a bit. And but once we get there, universities are on board. They know the topic, they know the importance of doing something about that. They see really a lot of also potential in this networking. Really, it's really a LinkedIn. It's about the future. It's about professional experience. This traveling together. So they really like that, and they go for it. So in that sense, actually positive response, but with some points. Thanks.
Can I add something, a comment again? Because we've went to the focus interviews that we've done that I don't think they were that much stressed so far. But coming to the institutional barriers that were already mentioned here, I remember that actually we interviewed both students and staff and members of the staff, administrative staff, who are responsible for organizing trips for academics and students sometimes as well. They mentioned that first of all, they don't have a knowledge at all about how to organize a trip by anything else than a plane, because for planes it's pretty straightforward. Everybody knows how to find a simple search engine where you can find a connection by plane. In case of trains and buses, it's a lot of people don't know how to do it. But there are also other things. Another thing is that a lot of people feel out of their comfort zone when they're not working with planes. Okay, planes, because they are so much rooted in our awareness of, we associate long travels with planes. So if you try something else, you just feel that something's wrong. And the third issue that was mentioned was that it takes too much time. Even if you already know where to look, in organization there is always some kind of a pressure to organize, especially business trips, fast. And we also looked at the network properties of the Erasmus Plus programs, and it turns out that the mobilities are far from being distributed equally among universities. There are regions that are by far more active. There are even universities that are by far more active. In fact, there are in the database there are around 11,000 units that are registered with any Erasmus agreement. And if you take top 100 universities, which is less than 1%, they are responsible for around 25% of all mobilities. Frankly speaking, our university, University of Łódź, which is a fairly large public university in Poland, is in that top 100. And I can tell you that our international administration is not capable of organizing, of going beyond that comfort zone. They just don't have the capacity. And this is another, I think, institutional barrier, especially in large universities, that you just don't have the manpower to deal with something more complicated than organizing a plane. And from that perspective, providing a handbook would be a handbook or instructions, a step forward that would make it easier. And this data also shows that actually you don't even have to disseminate it that much. If you reach top 100 universities, you already reach 25% of the program, at least the way it looks now. Maybe if green traveling, which probably on average would be slightly shorter difference than plane, becomes more popular, then maybe the network distribution of mobilities will change. Maybe there will be, maybe it will be more equal because we will travel more to neighboring countries, not everybody going to south of Spain. Okay, so because this is pretty much how it looks now. Okay, thanks.
I'm sorry, I need to interrupt you because we need to go for lunch. Food arrived, otherwise we will not have time for lunch. Some of you are starving. And then we start again at 2:15, so I'm very sorry. But please feel free to approach the speakers during the lunch break. Thank you. network. So now it's time to Victoria. UF.
Hello, everyone. I hope you enjoyed the morning sessions and the lunch. And while we are all digesting, I will try to keep your energy up with a new presentation, which will focus on the guidelines for higher education institutions. So there's a slight change from the morning sessions, which were focused more on students. And now we are moved to proposition of some actions that staff members can take. And well, the guidelines were focusing on three main groups, starting with the higher education institutions leadership, moving to staff members that are participating in transnational partnerships, and going to Erasmus Plus coordinators, which are not less important since they are the ones that are in front of the students and motivate students to also take sustainable choices. Before I start talking about the guidelines and the actions that we recommend, I want to bring your attention back to some facts and figures. Probably you saw them this morning. And I don't know how your perception about these numbers are, but I want to emphasize that the first number will double or even higher in the current program. And what you understand about carbon footprint, probably, yeah, you learned this morning even more, but want to tell you that there's some information that the current carbon footprint for each person is about 4.5 to 7 tons. And in order to meet the Paris Agreement goals, we should lower it to 3 tons per person. So each one of us can take small actions and individual actions to improve the situation because it's quite urgent. Well, even small actions start with setting targets first, right? And in order to set targets, we need to have a plan and we need to implement certain goals first. And for instance, for sustainable transnational partnerships, we can start by setting certain levels of carbon dioxide emissions that we don't want to go above. And this is one of the goals that we can set at the beginning, or even after a year or two, we can see another target that is not going below, and what is the percentage of reduction from year to year. Keeping record of the Erasmus Plus mobility is also another important factor if we want to improve the situation from now. This simply means that we need to set up some tracking files for students and for staff members in order to collect this data, collect important information of how many students, how many staff members are traveling to which destination, what modes of transport they're using, what is the carbon footprint emission. So by collecting this data, we can easily analyze it and process it and take the according measures towards that. Of course, as I said, individual actions are really important, but if higher education institutions and the leadership is focusing on encouraging and motivating, especially the staff members, to improve their transnational partnerships, that can be really, really good step forward for the whole. How and what? For instance, leadership can advocate for taking a single trip for multiple meetings. Of course, if the individual and the personal life allows it. Also, alternative and sustainable means of transport can be another reason to encourage staff members. And this means alternative modes of transport, such as the ones that we spoke so much this morning, and sustainable means of travels, and alternatives such as teleconferencing, video conferencing. And there are many ways to motivate people. But I stressed here some of them which are cheering those taking the step forward, showing testimonials, because the emotion is really important. When we show good examples, when we show examples, it's something that can motivate people even more. Like we saw this morning with the very interesting presentations from students. Well, you know probably this Belgian public transportation, and I decided to just use their quote, "It's smarter to travel in groups," because one of the other suggestion that we put in the guidelines is to travel together. You know, colleagues are often travel for project purposes or anything, to attending some annual events such as EAE, for instance. So car sharing, carpooling is an option, and a very good option. Smarter. And finally, well, everything I spoke about earlier, it's about implementation. Implementing communication plans, setting targets, encouraging staff. But without monitoring, we won't really achieve these targets properly, or it doesn't even make sense to have targets without monitoring how we progress. So monitoring plan is also very important in order to close the circle, and assigning responsibility and checking where there are gaps in terms of actions and who takes these actions. Next, moving to staff members, and very shortly, I want to remind about the green travel support. We all know here about the top-ups, but probably it makes sense once more to emphasize on the benefits of the green top-ups and encourage staff members to benefit from it and to travel sustainably through it. As I already said before, using video conferencing, traveling, organizing back-to-back meetings and traveling once. If you remember, the first number, one of the three figures that I showed at the beginning and that Piotr also showed in his presentation, the distance is 1.7 thousand kilometers, more or less. Yeah, and in such a distance, probably you can combine more meetings. But of course, as I said, the personal life is very important factor for this decision. And the fourth point is something that I will put more attention on, is modifying partnership documents. And what I mean by that is, for instance, the project application. We can, by writing project application at the beginning, the first phase of writing a project, we can already commit each partner what we will do in order to improve the environmental sustainability through the project and for their institutions, for instance. Or we can check, it's a bit of more work, but we already have the green calculator. What different options we have from different partner institutions to different countries, and calculate the carbon footprint, and maybe take the decision to attend meetings physically in the destination which will have the less carbon footprint overall. Quality assurance plan. It's very easy, actually, adding a key performance indicator that emphasize on the carbon emissions and keep them under a certain level for the entire project. That's just an example for you. And in the partnership agreements, we can already commit to certain things, such as having one meeting for the entire project instead of 3 or 4, depending on the duration of the project, or having one person going physically if we decide, however, to have meetings instead of more colleagues from the same institutions. If this is required, then provide flexibility for video conferencing again. Yes, and as I said, meeting at the partner institution that has the less carbon footprint from all partners if they get there. And finally, our heroes, the Erasmus Plus coordinators. Very important role they have because yes, the student travel is mainly the emissions caused by students is the most, and raising awareness among students of the bias of the difficulty, for instance, to travel sustainably is something that we can really escalate in our communication to students. We can also provide with travel guidances if we are not doing it already, with all the information that we have on hand, that we have put in the handbook, for instance, escalate the go to rail and all the options that we have with the Flixbus, Flixtrail. They're numerous. And also take advantage of the experiences from the previous students. Ask them to provide feedback after they return and focus really on the sustainable traveling. Because we already have a lot of examples, a lot of information on hand, just put it in one place and help students to be more aware and to raise this motivation. They're already willing to do it, but sometimes they miss this touch, they miss this practical information. They don't know about the calculator. If you put in their hands something tangible, something real, and you inform them, they will be really more willing to do it and to change their behavior. And finally, yes, promote the usage of the calculator, especially those that are here today and that are watching in the streamline. Well, you know how to use it. It's in your hands now. Final key takeaways. Well, the green, the guidelines for sustainable transnational partnerships. In the guidelines, we want you to recognize the benefits of the alternative means of transport. We want you to consider more the video conferencing for not so important journeys, and combine meetings in a single travel. And of course, if you have more, if you need more details, you can also already find them on the website of the project. Or I will be very glad also to reply on some of your questions if you have. This is my contact detail. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Victoria. Since we do this change in the agenda, if you have 2 questions, 1 or 2 or 3, to Victoria, please feel free to raise them now.
I have one quick question. I'm not sure where you went. Oh, there. Yeah. So you mentioned during your presentation something about the students being the biggest factor in like carbon emissions, but what about the staff? I'm not sure if I misunderstood you, perhaps.
Well, in the calculation that we did in the framework of the project, it was about 1.5 million from students and much less mobilities. I mean, I'm talking about mobilities that are done by staff members. So it's based on the number of mobilities and the number of people traveling. And logically, those that travel more, they will emit more emissions. And that was just what I was referring to.
Ah, okay, and that was then only within the Erasmus program, and then only Erasmus staff grants as well?
Erasmus staff travels, yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Staff traveling through for Erasmus.
Yeah, because I found mostly that staff actually emits much more, but they just don't get a grant for it every time.
Again, it depends on the data that we have. Yeah, they travel further, but there are less people that are travel. So in total, students are emitting more emissions in general.
Okay, I'm not sure if I agree actually, but I'm not sure. Perhaps someone else.
Erasmus program. Okay, so I think you're referring to mobilities by staff on conferences, etc., etc. This is a different issue. Okay, within the Erasmus Plus program, students are the majority of people who travel. stay a bit more than, especially undergraduate students travel the most, but within the Erasmus Plus framework.
Yeah, so if we take it broader than the Erasmus program, we can conclude, I think, that staff is a much bigger emitter, right?
I don't think we can conclude because I don't have the data about
Yeah.
about other travels, but conditions can be different.
Yeah, yeah, I agree. Yeah, no, I was just trying to wrap my head around it because I always try to make a point that we shouldn't, keep pointing our fingers to the students because a lot of the staff actually they travel for like their careers are maybe 30 or 40 years and they might have this idea that it's so much status for them if they get to travel for 5 times every year and they go for like a 2-day meeting to China. And so it's actually that narrative that is within academia that is, I think, a big problem. Yeah, they're going right back to it. It's just sadly. Yeah. 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 Thanks.
Other questions? Yes.
Just a small comment. If we talk about, for example, international Erasmus, not only intra-European, then I agree with you that staff issues might be more because, in fact, if you also try to evaluate the data available, there are more staff mobility for international Erasmus rather than the students' mobility, like incoming, especially incoming in the countries, and also outgoing. So staff mobility is usually prevailing after the students. So then it might be the case, but I think that it also could be discovered later on as well.
We can take a last one. Please, Haris.
Hi, do you hear me or do you want me? Great. So I'm Haris. I've worked with the amazing people in the Erasmus Goes Green project. What we want to do through the Erasmus Goes Green is not point the fingers to the students. What we want to do is actually try to shift and change the mindset, because since you start talking about these issues and trying to understand, to make them understand what impact have their own transportation and their mobility, then steadily, time to time, things will change. So of course we don't want to point any fingers here. We just did something. We were interested in how we can reduce the carbon footprint and what data there are there and what we can do. Not pointing fingers here. That's what I wanted to clarify. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Haris. Yeah. Thank you for the clarification. I mean, like, from my point of view was clear probably, but I think for everyone. So now time for the panel discussion. So I give the floor to Juan, who will introduce our panelist.
Yes, of course. It says push and I didn't push, so it was normal. That didn't work. We are going to have a conversation now. We have listened to the data, we have listened to the experience of the students, and now we are going to move to the implementation dimension as well, discussing, after understanding better the problems, what are possible solutions that the Erasmus Plus program can provide to foster sustainable travel. So I would like to call the speakers to come to the stage. We have the honor to have with us Marta Gutiérrez from the European Commission. Marta, if you can come to the stage. Thank you so much. Please, an applause. Corinne Lefay from the French Erasmus Plus National Agency. An applause, please. Letitia Ricklin from IF Europe, the Wallonian Brussels National Agency for Erasmus Plus, and also Marte van der Graaf from Generation Climate Europe. So please take a seat. So the objective of this panel, as I said, is to discuss how we can improve things, how we can take the Erasmus Plus and implement different changes that help to make the travel more sustainable. We have an all-star cast here with us, fantastic speakers. I'm going to be telling you a bit more about their bios so you can be even more impressed. First, Marta Gutierrez Benet from DGEAC, from the B4 unit. Marta is the head of the team in charge of program design and implementation within the Erasmus Plus coordination unit. And in her daily work, she's in close contact with all the national agencies working in the whole implementation of the program design, program guide, and she has been working very closely with her team in the design of many of the sustainability measures. So very important to have her here. Thank you so much, Marta, for being with us. We also have Corinne Lefebvre-Soulay. So you see that I'm still working on my French after 1 year in Brussels. Hopefully this will help to practice. And it's actually quite timely that we have Corinne here with us because quite recently the French National Agency was appointed as the new Salto Center for Sustainability, a big novelty for the program. And Corinne is an advisor at the direction of the agency, and she's the contact person for the Ministry of Agriculture to raise the European and international cooperation of their cultural training institutions. But also, and more important for this panel even, is that she's in charge of the sustainability strategy of the national agency. We also have Letitia Rickling, you see, like it's getting better. And Letitia coordinates the green transition at the Belgian French National Agency for the Federation Walloon Brussels. She also works on evaluation processes and feasibility of projects, and we know that the agency has been very active in the field of sustainability, so it's great to have them with us. And we also have the student and youth voice with Marte. Marte is the project lead of the Inclusive Sustainable Mobility Group at Generation Climate Europe, which is the largest coalition of youth-led networks on climate and environmental issues at the European level. Quite impressive. Very, very nice. And now she's also a policy intern at the Brussels-based NGO Transport and Environment. So sustainability full-time, from what I can see, Marte, and many organizations like ESN, European Students' Union, IJ are members of this coalition, so it's a very big voice towards the European institutions. We are going to do, in terms of rules of the game, a very dynamic panel. I will have first a round of questions to our speakers, in which they will provide short answers up to 5 minutes, presenting a bit their ideas. Then I might have some reactions, and then we'll move to the second round of questions. After that, and this is probably the most important dimension of this panel, it will be open for questions, so you can start thinking about your questions. So very dynamic, interactive, and engaging to keep in line with the flow of the event. Marta, we're going to start with you. And the first question is about the measures, because we have learned a lot about the different challenges that the students face. We know that now sustainability is extremely high on the agenda, the European Commission in general, but also of Erasmus+. So can you tell us a bit more, Marta, about the measures that we have now and also the ones that we can expect in the near future? And also if you can tell us whether there are any specific goals concerning the number of Erasmus participants using low means of transport, because we know that in the Erasmus regulation, normally you set certain objectives, also internally. So if you can tell us also a bit about which goals and targets you would like to achieve in the Commission and in general the measures. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Juan. Maybe, I don't know if you can hear me.
Let's check.
I'm also not very tall, so maybe I get this closer. Do you hear me now? Yes, it's better. So I think it was also very interesting to, and as usual, I had some ideas of what I wanted to come before being here, but then when you are listening to the other speakers, you start connecting a bit the thoughts, no? And I think for us, when we were coming up or trying to design this sustainability dimension for the new Erasmus+, well, we still call it the new Erasmus+, but it's not so new, so we are like the medium-term Erasmus+ now. So we were also thinking, okay, what are the important elements that we want to see there? And of course, we are in line with the overall objectives of the European Union. We very much aim at contributing to big policy lines like the European Green Deal. But I think two elements that were very important in the design of the sustainability dimension was, first of all, that we want to create sustainable behaviors. It was mentioned this morning. It is an educational program.
So it's not about obliging anyone to do something or to feel bad for not having traveled by train to a mobility, but rather to create a more long-term sustainable mentality, and creating these more responsible behaviors with the environment. And that we try to do through incentives, through making Erasmus Plus an experience that can hopefully change also your way of behaving with the world that is very much suffering all the climate challenges. So first of all, very important, and I think it's very interesting that also other speakers mentioned the fact that, okay, we are emitting a lot as a mobility program, but maybe on overall terms, in terms of carbon emissions, is not such a relevant number. Yet what is important is that we become more and more aware of what we can do as citizens to reduce the overall emissions. And I think our role there with promoting sustainable travel, it's really clear. And the goal would be that everyone that participates on Erasmus at least has the reflection to first check what are the options, and to see as an advantage also the experience that you can have by traveling, for example, by train. I liked very much what one of the speakers said, that actually your experience starts the moment you leave from your home, and you jump into the first train, or you meet some of the colleagues you will travel with, etc. So I think that's a very important idea for us, more like the creation of patterns rather than an obligation or something we would impose, because we think that it can have a more long-term impact to do it like that. But of course, when we talk about the sustainability dimension, we don't want to talk only about the dimension of travel, which of course it's one of the main elements of the conference, but we see it really as a global approach to sustainability in Erasmus+. And it's also to promote that more projects, for example, deal with the thematic of sustainability, but also that those projects that do not deal with the thematic of sustainability also consider sustainability practices in their in the implementation of the activities. So as you did today, you were conscious of choosing maybe a venue that had an energy efficiency certificate, to maybe choose the catering that would work with local products, etc. So these are a number of patterns also in sustainable behaviors that we think that if we manage to transfer them for the Erasmus Plus participants and project promoters, they will be, as in many other dimensions of the program, they will be really great multipliers to then transmit these practices to their families, to their friends, to the people around them. And one last thing that I want to say is that, of course, when we work on all these, we don't only try that Erasmus Plus participants do it, but we are also trying to preach with the example, and all those that are implementing the program. So from the point of the Commission, but also national agencies, we are trying also progressively to incorporate those type of practices also on our daily work, on our traveling to conferences, and in the organization of events. So perhaps that as an introduction.
Yes, thank you so much. I think it's a fantastic introduction. I think there are a couple of key takeaways that were mentioned before, but honestly, I think should stay as a takeaway also from the conference, right? This idea of the transformative power of Erasmus+. So it's not only about the emissions themselves, it's about how we use the opportunity of Erasmus+ to change behaviors, to achieve long-lasting change, because we know that the potential is there, right? We know that students change during Erasmus, and I believe that's a very powerful message. And just a couple of very technical things related to what you presented now, Marta. The Commission gets a lot of data from Erasmus+, and I think that from the beginning we saw how important data is. Are you considering a more maybe comprehensive analysis and monitoring process of the data related to transport from your side? Are there any plans, maybe using the beneficiary module and include it in reports, etc.?
Yes, collecting the data is very important for us. Here you are all experienced beneficiaries of the program, so you know that also from the time you start implementing a project until you really can collect meaningful data about the implemented activity, so what really happened in the project, it takes time. So at the moment, we are starting to collect data from the very first projects of call 2021. So it may look like we are 2 years into the program, but in terms of having the data of the realized mobilities, it is perhaps now when we start getting the bigger bulk of them. But we are collecting through the beneficiary module, and I know that we have had a rough time perhaps on the functioning of some of the IT tools, but it is foreseen that we collect for every mobility what type of transports have been used, so to try to analyze also what is the take-up of these green travel top-ups, and that we can also fine-tune. I always say in this green dimension, we didn't want to wait until having the whole perspective clarified and then be late to implement something. We started implementing things like the green travel top-up, but of course we are on a learning process. And we are collecting together with other services of the Commission also how the sector also on sustainability evolves, because it's a quite changing sector. So indeed, all the data collection has also in view the fact of improving the mechanisms and seeing how we can fine-tune the provision of those incentives and the support.
Exactly. Thank you so much, Marta. So now we move to our next speaker, Corinne. As I said, she comes from the Erasmus Plus French National Agency. And also, we have this new development. I would like to ask the audience before, how many of you knew about this new Salto Center for Sustainability? Can I see some hands? Okay, not everybody, so that's great, because that's an opportunity to promote it, because we mentioned before the importance of capacity building, support. So Corinne, if you can tell us a bit considering this appointment, what is it, what is the Salto Center, but also in general, why did the French National Agency decide to focus more on sustainability, and what is your strategic plan related to the field of environmental sustainability? Thank you so much.
Yes, we are very happy to manage this new Salto. I would like first to explain you what are the Salto in general, and to give you just... Okay. Better? Yeah, okay. And yes, to give you an overview of what are Saltos in general. You know, the name is, I read because I can't remember it, so you will forget it, of course. Support advanced learning and training opportunities. Yes. And so there are resource centers, and they are part of the Erasmus Plus program, but they are managed by the national agencies. They are funding by the European Commission. And they support the development of the Erasmus Plus program and also youth sector on different topics. And so national agency have to apply and to be selected, and we have been. Thank you. What are their role? The role of the resource centers is to support all the national agencies to implement different focus. And now they are used to support the priorities of the new program. And there is one on digital, one on inclusion and diversity, and now one on green, on the priority, which is called environment and fight against climate change. Why are we happy to have it? We are already engaged in the sustainability at the French National Agency, and we already have a strategy for this topic. We've built it with all the agency, with all the departments. It means promotion department, project management department, and control department. And the aim was first to raise awareness of our colleagues and our beneficiaries on this priority, and to launch some actions. The three main lines are to have less carbon footprint generated by our projects, you know, of course, and also, as it is an educational program, as you said, Marta, to better educate our learners, and also to help them to get green skills. Then we have also eco-responsible practices inside our agency. We compensate our staff travels, our partners travels too, and our digital footprint too. So I stop there with our agency. And for this Salto, I will give you some details. It had not already started. It will start in January with 4 persons, with 1 project manager, a training officer specialized in digital, a study and research officer, and an assistant more specialized on events communication. So the aim will be to produce tools and trainings to support all the national agencies, as I said before, and to strengthen the capacities of them, but also of the stakeholders. It means beneficiaries, evaluators, multipliers, if you have in the different countries. And it will concern both sides, education and youth, with the European core, European Solidarity Corps. Okay. So, 4 main parts in this Salto. The first one is to raise awareness, and for that we have to train and support NAs and beneficiaries, national agencies, I mean, to create and develop a community of practice and knowledge. It's very important to have a network with all the agencies to learn from each other. Also to develop impact measurement and analysis to better follow what happens. And also, at the last but not the least, yes, it's right, to have a forward-looking initiatives with the EC and DG ESA with you, Marta, I presume. So the main actions will be first to be a collaborative process. We are going to work with our colleagues from the other agencies with first an initial diagnosis, and we'll set a questionnaire to better know what the needs of our colleagues and what is their level of being aware of sustainability too. And the first step then will be to develop educational materials and to organize training sessions. Then the first level will be to give them some basis about climate change, more specifically. And we are going to work on how to apply the environmental issues along the projects too with them. So I don't have the receipt at this moment, but we will work on it. And of course, it will concern mobilities with 3 main approaches. First, how having less carbon footprint, of course. And then how using mobilities to educate learners to the sustainable development, and how getting green skills during mobilities. Because the aim is also to have profiles responding to the needs of jobs. Just 2 or 3 points. We also plan to analyze the impact on participants we want to follow, as I said, with indicators. How are they aware after their mobility, their capacity to transfer into their professional sphere, for example, to how do they manage all of this after the mobility. So we will use survey, beneficiaries model data too, and participants reports. So we are going to collect also data on participants' means of transport. As I said, yes, the idea is also to have a network with the other agencies. I think it's very, very important. We have not the receipt. As I said, we have to work on it. And we want to share good practices from one country to the other, and to get some inspiring initiative. Also, we are going to work with external partners. We began with UNESCO, with Office for Climate Education, if you don't know if you know them, and also with alumni networks as ESN. So that's the main lines of our Salto.
Perfect.
Just not yet begun.
You see, they are getting a preview, huh? So you see, like, it's very exclusive. But thank you so much. I think it's extremely interesting. I think that we can really see also from the discussions before that the sector I mean, not only the higher education sector, because the Salto agency is going to be for all sectors, right? But really has a need for training, support. And I think that there's a lot of potential indeed, right? Shifting the dimension of the Erasmus coordinators across the board, not only in higher education. And it's great to see that the French National Agency is so committed. And now we move to more practical examples. We continue with another national agency, also very involved in sustainability, talking a bit about these kind of support measures, because it's clear that the national agencies have a key role spearheading the direction, guiding higher education institutions, creating those spaces for discussion. So if you can tell us a bit, Leticia, about the initiatives that the agency has started to design, conceptualize, to support higher education institutions, and also, of course, if you have other plans for the future that you believe can be considered.
Yes, thank you very much. Do you hear me? Thank you. That's extremely useful for us that ESN, that this whole project could gather such information. And it's true that one of the things we are doing now is also collecting your views, your recommendations, so that we can work for the future. At the agencies level, it's new as well to work on really greening our agencies, greening the Erasmus program. So this is extremely useful, and it's an ongoing process. And it's really key that all of you here, you also see that you can have a multiplier effect, what Marta just mentioned. Also something that was interesting during the presentations this morning was the fact that there is this perception that there are institutional barriers, but institutions can also help people, and it's an exchange of practices. When we speak about greening behaviors, greening skills, greening education, it's a whole process. So it's at everybody's level. So it's the students, it's the teachers, the professors, it's the personnel of the higher education institutions, it's policy decision makers, it's at different levels, of course, and each one has a role to play. So I think it's important to remind that, and that in each of these levels, there are people that are highly motivated and some people that still need to get into the process. And it's true that it's not easy to go on to this, because when we speak about greening attitudes, awareness about sustainable change and like climate change, it's true that the perceptions we know, they are different at the moment. So that's it. Our agencies, they can play a role, it's true, but we also depend on what you will do, what every level will do. So just a clarification on that I think that is really useful. And it's true that from the side of our agencies, for instance, we have like priorities, that it was mentioned, related to social inclusion, sustainable development, including green transition, and digital transition as well. So the idea is also to be coherent between these approaches, and that's also where our role is to think, okay, how, when we give advice to higher education institutions that are benefiting from Erasmus, we are also coherent in this approach with them, how we can help them exchange on that exchange practice and then provide guidance. At the moment, I would say we are at the beginning, so we are still at the step of exchanging practices. So now we are at a moment when we are creating a working group with universities, with higher education institutions. And what could be interesting is also to see how the higher education institutions at their level could create groups, maybe with alumni from Erasmus, for instance, but other stakeholders as well, to see what could be improved within the Erasmus mobilities, for instance. So at our level, like yesterday, we organized a workshop with some higher education institutions on how to prepare an eco-responsible charter, because we've done one at our agency level, and we were thinking, okay, how they could get ownership into the idea of creating eco-responsible charter for Erasmus projects, and then to think, would it be relevant to create charters for participants to mobilities, professors and students? Would they be ready to sign this kind of document? Or at the moment, the first priority would be to have a list of good practice before departure into mobility, during their mobility, what was said, for instance, if I receive my relatives, would I encourage them to travel also in a sustainable way? If myself, I travel during my experience, would I be sustainable? And then the other question, am I sustainable more in a general way? Do I eat in a sustainable manner? Do I use IT tools in a sustainable manner? Because this is a key question. IT tools are also emitting a lot of CO2. And many times people are not aware at all of that. If you change phone every year, you're not really a good example of sustainability, but maybe you are not aware. If you buy clothes every week, maybe it's not the great solution, but sometimes you're not aware. So that's it. It's a whole process about, okay, if the clothes I'm buying, they are traveling from the other side of the world, even if myself, I'm taking a bike day to day, I need to balance my behaviors. So that's it. The question is how to think about behaviors. So from the side of the agency, let's say, what we think is doing some information, awareness raising, before higher education institutions apply to the Erasmus program, so that they know that when they apply to Erasmus, they can already integrate a green approach into their application to Erasmus. So it's at your institution's level. So maybe you are former students, most of you. But that's a process also that your institutions will have to get into. But you have a role to play into making them aware that this counts for you as well. And then during the project is how to have into the objectives of an Erasmus project, the green transition into it, into awareness raising, educating on sustainable development, providing skills to you, and also during your mobility, acquiring soft skills, which usually it's something that comes back a lot into positive inputs from the Erasmus program and experience. And then at the end of the project to see how the green impact of a whole Erasmus project can go into a sustainable vision of the higher education institution. So that there is a whole ownership of a whole process. The idea is really to see how to be more systemic in the approach. So a lot of debates at the moment are about, okay, what type of growth we want for the future? Do we think about sobriety, I don't know in English, consuming less, thinking in a more sustainable manner? So that's it. So that's where we are now. It's quite ambitious. It's really good to start with the mobility because it's something that is feasible in terms of measurement. But of course, that's the idea is really to see, okay, how we can go further. And the last thing is that, okay, how we communicate. So in our agency at the moment, we created web pages related to the ecological transition. And into this, we also gather in one page the pedagogical tools and useful links that our public, but it can be also the students, can benefit from, and that they are all free and with free access. So anyone can go there and pick up nice tools that they could use, making presentations or during exchanges, and you're invited to consult that. I will provide the links later on.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Marta. Very, very interesting. Corinne, sorry. Very, very interesting. I think that it's super important to start with this collaborative approach of bringing people together, the eco charters, like first steps, but that create a clear direction and with a clear also collaborative way of working with your higher education institutions that from what I know are very motivated as well, right? They are really excited about this process.
Just maybe one point. Yesterday, some institutions indeed really pointed that they are now also developing what you were saying, I think, the top-ups. Some institutions also now are proposing these top-ups because there is the question behind is how much EU taxpayers at a crisis period will be ready, because that's the question behind that. Because if we speak about increasing a top-up, okay,
who's going to pay for that, right?
Who will pay for that? Is exactly. It Erasmus program, or EU, like higher education institutions could also help, or other people could fund. There was also a question:
what's the role, for instance, of the private sector to contribute to that? So that's also a thing.
Very good, very good. We will elaborate because I think it's very interesting. And now we are going to zoom out a bit with Martin, because we have been talking very specifically about our little world of Erasmus mobility. But Marte, well, here as representative of Generation Climate Europe, you work in a broader field because you work in the field of inclusive sustainable mobility. So there's a lot of buzzwords that we use a lot in Erasmus+, but in this case, they go beyond because they refer to mobility in general. So Marte, I want to ask you a bit, I want to ask two things mainly. First, what is the biggest barrier that you perceive in Generation Climate Europe to making transport sustainable and inclusive at the same time? So how do we square this circle that is also so important for our sector of making sure that we can provide sustainable solutions while remaining inclusive? Because we want the students to travel, we want to increase, those travel patterns. And also, whether you think that those financial incentives that were just mentioned could solve the issue, or if besides that, we also have other factors that are hindering students to make these decisions. And then you can also tell us a bit about possible ideas that we can do to solve the problems.
Can everyone hear me okay? So, I mean, I think this is probably something that's come up a lot throughout the whole day, but price is the main barrier to making sustainable transport more inclusive. The Green Erasmus study was vital in kind of informing our work. And it really showed that, like, no matter how much young people know about the environment, and we know that young people know a lot now, like 80% of young people in that study think that individuals should be responsible for taking action. But that isn't enough because the majority of people can't choose to afford those sustainable modes of transport. It's just not accessible to them. So that, price is just the major factor. Then we have the top up, and we're really glad that there is such a top up exists of €50 if you choose a more sustainable mode of transport. But for example, just like out of interest, last night you could take any route and €50 probably won't cover the price difference between the train and the plane. For example, London to Berlin in a month's time is €150 by train and would be less than €40 by plane. So the top up doesn't actually top up the price difference. And it's not enough of an incentive, I think, for a lot of young people. Then you asked again if a top-up would solve all of the problems or if there were other barriers. Unfortunately, there are quite a lot of other barriers in sustainable mobility. The biggest one that I see actually is complexity. Booking trains is so complicated. I don't know if any of you have had experience like I have, but it's impossible to figure out how to make what the cheapest option is. Booking across different national operators is also practically impossible. So there needs to be systems in place. And Timmermans has now delivered railways an ultimatum to come up with a ticketing system that is accessible for everyone with an app. And that if this isn't done, the Commission will legally enforce it. So that's hugely encouraging. Like a united, integrated ticketing, EU-wide ticketing system would go a long way in reducing the complexities of train travel. But universities actually also have a really big role to play in reducing the complexity of sustainable travel. For example, so I'm actually an Erasmus student myself right now, and I asked my cohort last night if anyone had managed to get the green top-up yet. A couple didn't know the green top-up existed, and then the rest, we were sent an email and when we received our Erasmus, and the information about the green top-up was right at the bottom of the email with no information on how to actually apply for it. Then one of my friends, the only one who'd actually tried to apply for it, went through the university, so it's actually in Prague, the university, and had about a 10 email exchange with the man trying to explain to him how to apply for it. And it was incredibly complicated. So there just needs to be more communication between institutions and universities to see how we can actually how we can make students want to apply for it, because it's nice that it's there, but if students aren't using it, then it's kind of, it's kind of meaningless. And then the final thing, actually also another thing, sorry, on that topic, is making information about the discounts available to students. If universities were able to like spread that information, that would be really great. And Generation Climate Europe are actually working on creating a kind of interactive flowchart. So once that's done, if we are planning on sharing it with ESN and our other student organizations, but if there's a way of, disseminating that with universities as well, we'll try and figure that out. And then the final factor, the final barrier, I think, to making sustainable travel inclusive is distance. It's kind of, for a student from the Netherlands like myself, it's easy to say like, oh, I'll get the train to Germany or Brussels. But if you're in the south of Spain or in Romania, you need to be a bit more creative, actually. And kind of the thing that I find really interesting are proposals like Erasmus by Trains, Erasmus Ticket, and kind of thinking more about slow travel, like how can we encourage slow travel and how can we make that affordable for young people. So yeah, those are kind of the three main barriers that I see.
Fantastic, Marta. Thank you so much. I think fantastic points. I also think that this part of the slow travel connects a lot with the transformative objectives of the program. I would really like us to reflect on that, on how slow travel can have a role in terms of defining the learning outcomes of the mobility experience, right? Like we work a lot across the board in all sectors of Erasmus Plus thinking about what do students learn. I think that there's a lot of potential in the program on thinking more about how do we incorporate non-formal and informal learning outcomes in the mobility experience. So I think that connecting the dots there will be really important. We're going to move to the second round of our discussion, in which I will throw a second round of very fast questions. The first one is going to be for you, Marta. Of course, now she put it in a perfect spot to talk about the green top-up, right? But actually, of course, she shared a couple of very interesting stories. So I think it's important to connect a bit the anecdotal evidence with the data that the Commission might have. Your team was involved in the design of the top-up, so you know a bit the whole process. You can tell a bit more about it. We would like to know a bit more about the current stage, whether you already have some preliminary data, what was the idea behind it, and also if you already have some conclusions that can lead to possible changes in the future. So you can give us a couple of ideas on the top-up on the way forward, that would be great.
Yes, thanks, Juan. Indeed, we are at the stage that we are starting to really analyze the data that we have. As I mentioned before, we couldn't start too quickly if we didn't have actual evidence, because changes like these ones, they take time, and sometimes it's also tricky to start modifying the system too early, because I think one of the main elements that Marta was also mentioning is the awareness about the opportunities. We have it with the green dimension, we have it with the inclusion dimension. We have put a lot of novelties on the table, but it takes time for them to be communicated, for the students, the participants to pick up on them. So I think we need to also be realistic and leave enough time for communication about those, so that we can make a fair assessment whether they work, whether we need different ones, or whether they're just in the learning process to be implemented. What we are doing now from the Commission point of view is in between, in the next months, we are going to have a study where we will work also with some statistical experts through a study to analyze the available data and the reality of different routes, because not all routes are the same, as we have been saying. So we will try to have a really good understanding of the reality of different routes, how much they actually cost, how maybe the systems have evolved in the last couple of years, and also analyzing what was the take-up of the green travel top-up so far, so that in view of the next calls, we could understand if we need to do some adjustments. So of course, it was never the intention to have for 7 years the same level of support. It's true that the pandemic has also modified quite a lot the reality of the transport system. So flight prices have been affected, train tickets prices have also been affected. So we want to really take the next months to look at that together with statistical experts and see what modifications we should propose for the 2024 call, hopefully. So I think projects like this one are also very useful, because you know that when we also run studies, we also try to collect apart from interviewing stakeholders, we also try to collect all the possible statistical data available. So on top of what we have in the tools, any other additional studies that have been run are good to support this exercise. So thanks already for having run such initiatives.
I think that's super important. The idea of analyzing the different routes. The great things that shouldn't be that difficult probably for the Commission to get that data of the travel patterns, and that can be really helpful to better understand the situation of students. So it's very encouraging to hear. Now we are going to continue a bit the discussion on top-ups with both national agencies. So I'm going to ask you 2 questions to both of you. So maybe Corinne can start and then Letita can go. First, also, Corinne, if you have any reflection on the top-up in the French context, how is it going, whether you heard from your beneficiaries, but then also the second part, which I believe in such an event is quite important, good practices that you heard from your beneficiaries, from universities. If there's anything that the French NA has seen that has inspired you and give you this kind of hope, like, whoa, this is pretty impressive. And the same then for Letizia, the top-up, and also a bit more on any good practices that you might be seeing on the ground.
Yes, thank you, Joanna. Yes, it's not very easy for us at this moment to analyze the figures because, as you said, Marta, we can't use a beneficiaries module for higher education. Sorry. Okay, better. Sorry. And maybe something that can be interesting. It's about the other sectors. It means school, vet, vocational education and training, and adults. And we have noticed 30% of the mobilities registered as eco-responsible, 30%, but it's not realized, not yet. We'll see. Okay, we have to wait. Yes, to answer your question about some practices, yes, we have very interesting practices. I heard from a business school who is called ESSEC. It's near Paris. It's a management institution. And they evaluated their general carbon footprint, and they found that 64% of it was linked with mobilities. And so they decided to reduce by 25% this carbon footprint for mobilities. And now they ask students to choose more European destinations, with a business institution. Some are traveling very, very far. And so they want them to choose more European destinations, as I said. And although they are going to give them a top-up too, with 100 euros per year and per student if they use other means of transport than the plane. It's one example. May I continue with another? Or? Yes, okay. Yes, I stop there. Okay.
Okay, so in our case, for the first question, it's the same. We do not have now statistics on how many mobilities were green during the last 2 years, because we need the tool to be working well, and as well to have the higher education institutions to encode them, as the program just started last year. And every year there are new higher education institutions that are selected. So it's just to make you understand that it's an ongoing process. So every year there are calls for proposals. So that's why as well it takes some time, and that we will have the whole overview maybe at midterm in 2025, and then in 2027 we will have figures that we will then be able to evaluate what could be improved, for instance, how to communicate better. As good practices, what I heard, for instance, that some universities that said they are proposing themselves a top-up. They are also They are starting to communicate about the existing top-up of 50 euros. Some are making like some contests also to motivate students about green initiatives and how to travel in a green way. And apparently one university, if they really manage to explain how they see their green travel, they could receive a certain top-up. So they foresee it, but they don't give it automatically. The students who want this extra top-up, they have to explain how they foresee that. And what is also interesting is that they do not impose that they do the return. A first step can be one way, in a green way, and maybe the other way, it's fine, it's a start. But of course, if they do the two ways, they will have two top-ups from the university. So it's just to say that it's a thinking, and so it's not something imposed. So if from their own side they decided to propose that, some others they really focus on awareness raising with the students before departure. Some others they really focus on when they receive students from abroad, they have a great welcome pack. Inside of this welcome pack, they offer a travel tickets for Belgium. Like they have 10 travels wherever they want in Belgium. That is in their welcome pack, Erasmus welcome pack. And inside as well, they explain to the students coming how to deal with waste, for instance, how to find local food, where to go, in which markets. The kind of information you had also, I think, that you presented from Go to Rail, for instance. So that's it. It's what could be good practices when you are doing your mobility. And some of them are also putting in place some nice questionnaires before and after the mobility on several topics, including what like soft skills they acquired, and there is a section on green attitudes. So this is it. There are several possibilities. I also saw the University of Liège. I just saw it yesterday, so I don't remember exactly. They made a tree process and also a map about the mobilities of their students and teachers, and also not only in Erasmus countries from the program, but also the mobilities outside the EU. So that's also thinking. Some others have also the thinking about the compensation carbon. How to say this in English? I forgot.
Carbon compensation.
Okay, carbon compensation. For this, what I understood from our Department of Sustainable Development, because our agency is within the Ministry of Education in our region, and is that there is some controversial views between the ones who want to compensate and the one who don't want. And there is the question of being sustainable in compensating. So I came with the idea maybe to talk to the ENABEL, it's the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, their cooperation service, to see how we could create a partnership so that if some higher education institutions are ready to have volunteer part of their compensation they want to invest it in a with a long-term vision, because the risk sometimes when we speak about development cooperation is that it's very punctual, and then it might not be sustainable in the long run, and it's more like so that's examples that we have.
Fantastic examples for both agencies. Thank you so much. And Marta, we're going to finish with you. The last question before going to the audience. We have talked a lot about money. Of course, we always have to. But there's more than money, as we said before. It's also about infrastructure. It's about several things. So imagine that we solve the money problem because the Commission maybe creates a new Next Generation EU. There's money for top-ups for everybody. So that is solved. So now we just need to solve the other problems, which are not small either. Can you tell us a bit, because Generation Climate Europe has been working on a position paper on clean mobility. It's a topic that you have been addressing quite intensely. And if you can tell us a bit more about some of the solutions for the modes of transport, which kind of things is Generation Climate Europe asking for? How it can make train transport, bus transport easier, better, more sustainable, etc. And also, since we are in this context of international education practitioners, what can be their role also supporting this change? So a couple of notes about these two things.
Yeah, well, unfortunately, it is still about money. as in maybe not, the green top-up wouldn't solve everything, mainly because the aviation sector remains almost entirely untaxed, which was something that was really shocking to me before I started working in this area. It's just a huge fossil fuel subsidy and creates this huge competitive distortion between air and rail. And until aviation is taxed, that competitive distortion just won't really be fixed. There's so many studies that would show that a tax would reduce emissions. It would make new aviation technologies cost competitive in the future, and it's also a fair revenue raising mechanism in the sense that the aviation industry does still largely serve the wealthiest in society, even in Europe. Then on the flip side of that, like removing VAT from train tickets is also something that we're really working a lot on, kind of on the reversal of promoting rail, and it's something that the Commission actually floated as an idea last year. So at Generation Climate Europe, we're currently working on a briefing and trying to gather stories from young people on how they would feel about these two different forms of tax. Basically trying to make tax a little bit more interesting because it does not immediately a very interesting topic. So yeah, and then I guess if you're thinking about how to make other modes of transport more like how to make them more sustainable and inclusive, it comes down to another really interesting topic of passenger rights and making sure that if you're booking across different national operators, that if one train is cancelled, then you're still entitled to full compensation for your next train that you've missed. So it comes down to better legislation and regulation. Then in terms of the role of universities, I had to think about this, but I think in general, it's all about making transport regulation an interesting topic. I think it's about the fact that organizing events and making it seem like something that's important. I think before I started working in transport, I didn't really think of it as an area like why would you be interested in that? But if you look at graphs, you can kind of see that like the rest of the other industries are on a downwards trajectory in terms of their CO2 emissions, but the transport industry, and especially the aviation industry, is just like on a completely upwards trajectory with no kind of sign of stopping. So it's about making transport interesting again, and like making it apply to young people, I think is the role of universities in this.
I think it's a fantastic point. And once again, I think, just to finalize, that it connects a lot with many of the things that we have said about maybe how do we use, whenever we encourage young people to travel sustainable, let's encourage them to also think about these things, passenger rights, and reflect on that and share that with their peers. If you, for instance, if you travel through Germany, it's very likely that your train will be delayed. I think that that's something we can safely say, right? But reflect on that, what happens later. I think that we need to use more, I think that you mentioned it before in terms of the good practices, the role of reflection, the proposals that students need to make about their top-ups. I think that's also very powerful because when students reflect about their mobilities, the whole community benefits and they have a multiplier effect. So thank you so much for that. So now, first, I would like to ask for an applause to our fantastic speakers. And we still have 10 minutes, I think, before you have to leave. So now we would like to open the floor for questions, comments, contributions, etc. So please.
Does it work? Yeah. Thank you very much. I have a question for Leticia. I totally agree on attracting a private capital in all this. Which arguments would you use?
Well, as an agency, I cannot really take position into that. But it's more to think, as said, how to involve the private sector more generally. It's, for instance, if you speak about rail, would be how to work more in hand with rail companies across Europe. Some are private, some are like half public, some could be still public. I don't know, but it's true that there is this thinking also to see how to make it be more attractive. It's also to see how to have a price that can be interesting also for these rail companies, but that is motivating in the long run as well. Because if you like convince users, like flight users, to go to rail, it's also attractive for this company. So I think it's a whole process maybe of also lobbying for instance, when I said the private sector, the rail companies, but not only. It's a lot of private companies that have also an interest in the green transition at the moment. So it's a win-win situation. And it's true that I think that there is a thinking about that, because the students of today, they are the workers of tomorrow, they are the consumers of tomorrow. So there is an interest also from that sector. But of course, the role of an agency is really limited on that. Maybe at the European Commission level, there are some discussions, inter-DG discussions, and also with the European Parliament. If you have, you are consulted by other EU institutions, there are points that you can also raise as a civil society, I would say.
Thank you very much. More questions? I think Jazz and Geron also have questions over there.
Do you hear me? Yes. So my question is for Corinne. Thank you very much for the panel discussion. It's super interesting. I have a question regarding so the process of the Salto Center. Do you intend on working with climate scientists for the teaching material, for example? I would take, for example, the example of the scientists that went to the parliament in France to give voluntary sessions to raise awareness about climate issues, or other NGOs that are well versed in this specific sector, like Fresques du Climat in France, which is becoming increasingly popular because they have like innovative teaching material, teaching ways to make climate science much more accessible, let's say, to the general public.
Yes, thank you for your question, because yes, we are going to work with external partners, and more specifically with researchers and scientists. We are going to work with Coalition for Climate Education. It's a European platform. I don't know if you know it, but with a lot of scientists participants from the European level. Also with Office for Climate Education, as I said, and I think they are linked with EPPC, you know. That's for scientists. And then I think also we are going to work with UNESCO, yes, because they are working a lot of on the SDG Sustainable Development Goals, as you know, probably, and there are a lot to do with them, and they are very interesting. So also to work with us, because they have to how to be in contact with countries. You know, it's a worldwide institution, so it's not so easy to work at this level. I hope I answer on your question. Yes, thank you.
Now we have Gedeon right behind.
Yes, thank you. Thank you for the interesting panel. And my question is to Martha from the Commission perspective, and it's regarding the Green Travel Top-Up. So through my work at Erasmus by Train, we also have an email address where students can ask us questions about sustainable travel and where if they need advice in the booking process and so on. And those emails land in my inbox. So I have a lot of contact to students who actually want to go abroad and want to do it sustainably. And what I've heard now multiple times is that the 50 euros just plain isn't enough. That's, I think, no news to many people in the room. But also, just 2 days ago, I've had a person that asked me whether carpooling was in the Green Travel Top-Up, and I was like, yes, it is. You can apply for that. And they were like, but my international office said that it's not possible. And they just plain don't do it because, like, getting the proof that they actually carpooled is weird, and they have to say, yes, I carpooled, and get some proof for that. So the whole process is very bureaucratic, and that is a problem. And we've also talked to many international offices, and maybe there are also people here who can either say that that's true or that that's not true. That it's just a lot of work to process those requests, as you have to get the proof. And you talked about who pays for the top up and who should pay more if it's higher. And the fact is that international offices are already paying with their time of their employees for the top up right now. So the main question is the top up the way to go? Is the top up actually also looking at the complexity of rail travel and all the other passenger rights arguments? Is it the solution to this problem, or should the solution be something bigger and something that, such as the thing that Erasmus Destination and ESN together proposed, like a ticket that would be eligible for all students, which wouldn't be like a lump sum payment for everybody, but that would actually be a fair payment to all students that covers their travel expenses?
Okay, I just have to do, because I really don't reach it. So no, I mean, in the Commission we are always open to welcoming magic solutions to our mechanisms and to the problem is, at least in the 11 years that I'm working there, there are not so many of those magic solutions. So indeed, we were the first ones to explore also ideas like the ticket for Erasmus, etc. So when we put forward the travel top-up, we consider different elements, and I'm not saying we found the magic solution ourselves. I started by saying, even if we didn't have the complete perfect picture when we launched this mechanism at the beginning of the program, we didn't really want the situation to be we don't implement anything because we don't have the magic solution. First of all, implementing something that can be improved was already a signal to the fact that we want to green the program and to start discussing about this. I'm also not saying that the green travel top-up is it's perfect or that we cannot improve it. I mean, if we talk about places like Iceland, we know that we need to find maybe solutions to fine-tune better how to apply these top-ups, and this is just an example. We have also what to do maybe with islands or what to do with elements where it's impossible to, for example, travel by train your whole mobility. But this is why I said that it's very important to constantly see, first of all, how the policy and how the reality of the transport sector evolves, and it evolves quite quickly, sometimes maybe not quickly enough, but you have to be in constant monitoring for this. I understand that it can also be difficult to deal with all the individual not complaints, but maybe also questions of the students. Sometimes it's about lack of information. So indeed, an officer told that carpooling was not eligible. Then I think we need to go back to many of the previous presentations where they say information is key, and we need to work with handbooks, with better collaboration with the international offices as well, to reduce to the maximum these possible cases. Now, it is always possible that there is an uninformed officer in one university, and it is a pity, but we need to reduce it to the minimum, no? Then about whether it's difficult to do a declaration of honor, if you ask me, I think it's easier than doing some other things because it's just about signing a paper where you actually declare on your honor that you carpooled. Maybe some other administrative process are a bit more difficult. But we go back to what you said. The alternative maybe was establishing a lump sum in a way to grant everyone just a higher travel grant. But then where is the incentive? Because then you simply get the higher grant, and no matter whether you use the sustainable mean of transport or not, simply everyone is getting. So the idea of this top-up was also to say, okay, there is a difference whether you choose a sustainable mean of transport or not. So that it's also about the message we try to send. That's why we are ready to revise quantities, to look at how accurate the top-ups are, but at least the mechanism has to have a reasoning behind.
Thank
you so much. I think maybe you just want to react, or is that another question, right? Okay, I think, okay, we have, yes. You can go, and then Leticia needs to go. Okay, so an applause for Leticia, who needs to go. Thank you so much for joining us. And we'll take, I think, 2 more questions maybe, because then we need to move to our presentations, and then maybe at the end you can continue. So please go, and then...
Okay, so sorry. Another question to Matt concerning the green top-up and the documents you have to hand in, because I'm working as an Erasmus institutional coordinator on university level in Germany, and we are facing a lot of problems with those documents, and I'm working very closely with our national agency, and we have, every fortnight we have meetings where universities can ask questions concerning different topics of the new generation. And these documents we have to hand in causes really uncertainty, because one time we are told we have to hand in the declaration for the green top-up as an original document. Next time we are told it is sufficient to hand it to have it as a digital document. And so our universities are confused what we have to ask the students to hand in. This is one thing, which answers also maybe the question of, I'm sorry, I forgot your name. Okay, so that's easy then. Because I'm on the other side of your problem. I'm informing my students a lot, and we have several meetings and asking them to travel green, and we were paying a green top-up since several years until the EU top-up came. So we were quite successful in motivating, but now with the new green top-up, everything is so bureaucratic and so many things are not clear to the universities, which might be the reason why students are so badly informed. So I don't know, are the national agencies working together? Are they exchanging on a regular basis which documents have to be handed in and how things could be improved?
Maybe to directly reply to that question, well, national agencies work constantly together in many different aspects. So we have a lot of mechanisms, from physical meetings to working groups with some representatives of national agencies. So there is a constant exchange of information. We saw the need to strengthen a bit also the exchange on green issues. So now we have created a network of green contact points. So we have asked national agencies also to support the work of the Salto. This is very recent, so we haven't activated it yet because it was being nominated in the last couple of weeks, to make sure that every national agency, and Leticia just left, but if I'm not mistaken, she is the green contact person for their national agency. So basically to ensure that every national agency in the key priorities, so I'm mentioning now for green, but we have done the same for digital, for inclusion, etc. First, to create some knowledge hub on practical question like how do I collect documentation, but also to make sure that at policy level, at the level of educational resources, we create a kind of network of knowledgeable colleagues that can help both beneficiaries, but also can exchange between themselves. So these colleagues have just been nominated, and now the idea is that together with the Salto in France, we will start having regular meetings between colleagues from national agencies. And having been involved in similar meetings for inclusion, those are a good moment for colleagues to exchange what is not working so well in their NA and how others are doing it, to maybe share practices. For example, if they have some sort of green strategy at their national level and inspire others, etc. So we are trying to reinforce this exchange on the green aspects with the national agencies. But then we have a lot of channels, we have IT systems to trigger all the questions that come from the national agencies, and a lot are related to that. What do I need to ask from my beneficiaries on this and that? Do they have to keep this in physical or in online? The big problem with that is also the national regulations. So sometimes we have some criteria or main criteria at European level, but then it's sometimes tricky also to understand if there is some add-on administrative step that comes, for example, from national legislation. And on that, maybe Corinne knows better. There are countries that have more add-ons on national legislation than others.
Yes, I've really nothing to add because it's just an ongoing process, as Marta said. And at this level, of course, maybe better. We work with higher education institutions, but from my point of view, I haven't heard some specific problem on the top up, but okay. Maybe another difficulty is to link the global sustainability strategy of this institution with this specific point of mobilities. I saw that because sometimes it's not yet linked together. You know, it's something out of this global strategy. We have in France a label called DDAS, Sustainability Development and Society Responsibility. And it's a whole approach, you know. So I think this is maybe something we have to improve. So the part of mobilities, it's just one part of this global approach, I think.
Thank you so much. We can take one final question. I think I will. Okay, maybe because okay, but please, I will ask you to be very fast and straight to the point, so we can move to the next presentation.
Okay, it's a very quick one. It's to you, Marta, again. So long story short, I'm now doing the Erasmus internship at the university in Germany in the International Relations Office. And just yesterday, I used the beneficiary model for the first time, and I had a thought. Regarding the mode of transportation, with when a student is using or a staff is using the green top-up, then it's quite easy to choose which mode of transportation he or she uses, because we have to need the ticket, we have the declaration and stuff. But when student or staff is not using the green top-up, it's either the car or the plane. And for me, because I was basically typing all the data to the system, I could only guess which type of transportation they use to reach their destination. It was only based on the distance. I'm guessing if someone from Germany goes to Sweden and he doesn't use the green top-up, it's probably going by plane, could be going by car. So I'm just thinking about the collecting data on this case. If there are any measures for universities to, like specific measures to ask students actually what type of transportation they're using, even if they're not using the green top-up, because then I don't see the point of analyzing the data of the non-sustainable students, because we don't actually know exactly which type of transportation they use, if it was a car, if it was a plane. So then we don't have the relevant data to say, oh, let's say that students from Germany going to Poland by plane, they could actually go by train or something, because we basically just don't know which type of transportation they use if it was not the sustainable one. So I don't know if you're just aware of that.
Just let's take just question as well, and then we do the two answers, okay? So if you can pass the mic. I already have it, okay. So.
Yeah, so we haven't heard a lot about the youth voice here. So maybe a question to you, Marta. I think in all the discussions that we've had so far and all the interventions, we've seen that there's kind of a discrepancy between what the youth wants or envisions and what the institutions actually apply or have the capacity to apply. So how in the future should youth and institution work together to create solutions that would work for a more sustainable future? Because so far it's been mostly like kind of a top-down situation.
Maybe we start with you, and then we go to Marta, because it's a very technical question. So.
It's a really great question, actually, and something that since starting at Generation Climate Europe, I think a lot about, because we engage a fair amount with policymakers, and there's varying levels of like productivity in that sense, and I think it's about like the interactions being between youth and institutions being meaningful. It's about the youth not just being like a token voice and a token meeting. It's about actually working together on these solutions, and in that way the youth have to be included in these discussions. We have ideas, we know a lot, and it's about like bringing the youth into the discussions essentially in a meaningful way.
Thank you so much, Marta.
Yes, I think very short, even if it's a technical question, indeed, probably there would be a value also of understanding the non-ticked sustainable travel, how it was. So I mean, this is not something that is implemented at the moment, but something that we can explore as well.
If I may add, maybe it can be included in the certificate of arrival. You can have a question on how did you get to the destination.
Report
exactly. I mean, the participants report that, of course, at the end, but if you want the data faster, that can be a way. Very nice. It was a very nice conversation. Thank you so much. Please, a final round of applause. And we move to the final presentation of the day. Over to you, Paula.
Thank you. I feel like in Sanremo, like the festival of songs when there are people coming, going. Now we mentioned the role of educational practitioners. So we'll move on and I invite Evelyn from Kanye Network to share her presentation and overview of Kanye. Please, Evelyn.
Yeah, thank you, Paula. And also thanks for the invitation to this final conference. I'll keep it very short. I think I have 10 minutes. But I also like the participation in this group and from the audience. So I think I'll go quite quickly through the slides that I have. Just to get this one back. So if you don't catch anything, I'm not sure, are the slides mailed around or like provided afterwards? Yeah, okay. Well, then, so you can still click all the links later. So I'm here representing the Climate Action Network for International Educators. And I am Evelien Renders. I work at SURF, which is an IT corporation in the Netherlands. And then in my spare time, I try to do different things. And I also am active in this Climate Action Network since 2019. I'll quickly tell you something about CANI and about our CANI Accord, and then also the Travel with CANI project. Our vision is a reimagined international education sector that reaches net zero emissions by 2030. We have, of course, a history of 2 years, a very clear mission and values. I'll recommend you just read the website. We have a few focus areas, and that is policy and advocacy, educational and connection, and then operational sustainability. So our focus is people working inside higher education institutions, the support staff, but also the teachers. So when we talk about educational content, we are trying to get people to have sustainability content within all of the courses. So I used to work at Radboud University, and since a few years, they have actually made sure that every course, every study program includes something about sustainability. So even if you're studying classics like I did, now, if I would have studied it now, I would actually have a little part in it where I think about the relationship between sustainability and classics. I'm not sure how they're actually going to do that, but I mean, it gets your creative juices flowing. We have 3 chapters, a Europe chapter, an Oceania chapter, and an Americas chapter. That brings me to the CANI Accord, because this is the thing where we are working on a policy and advocacy level, where we try to get institutions to sign an accord, and we give them very practical actions within that accord that they can implement within their institution. And it goes from a strategic level to tactical to really operational, where we try to reach the practitioners that are working in these institutions. So there are 70 actions in total. And first we start also with definitions and commitments. And each of these actions can be implemented in a basic way, a better way, and the best way. So we give them kind of like the different flavors to think about where on the spectrum are they actually. We have a few signatory requirements, of course, before people sign this accord. And one of the earliest signatories was the EAIE. And the EAIE is the the European Association for International Education. And it's one of the biggest conferences every year in Europe for international educators. And that brings me to conferences, because conferences, well, we already saw that flying, of course, takes a huge toll on with their carbon emissions. So a few years back, I did this little study with a teacher in the university, and we estimated the carbon impact of the APAI conference, which is a conference more in another part of the world. So it's not a European conference. And this one was held in Malaysia, which of course you may already think like, why would you do that? Because everybody needs to fly there. It's an island, so you cannot even go there by train. So the carbon impact of course was huge here. And we started thinking creatively about different ways to do this conference, perhaps decentralized, perhaps hybrid, perhaps fully virtual. Why not do it biannually or like every 3 years? So these are the conversations that we're actually starting with these conference organizers. So it's not only that we target the people who visit the conferences, we also go to the organizations that actually organize these conferences and ask them to join our podcast and then see what they answer when we say like, hey, why don't you do it every 2 years or every 3 years? Always a fun conversation to have. Well, this thing, I think you know that this is what we're trying to reduce, of course, with these actions. And then a very concrete thing that we did in the latest EAIE conference in September, which was in Barcelona, is we created a project which was called Travel with Kenny. And it had a few goals to raise the awareness mostly of the participants to travel by train. And we did that, and we saved about 11 ton, which is not a lot, but we did raise a lot of awareness. So we actually, we got the President's Award awarded during the keynote presentation. So now everybody knows what Kenny is, at least the people there. There were about 6,000 participants. And now we have a little bit of munition to get this conversation going again and to ask them like, okay, so what can you do next? And can we see if we can actually reduce the number of participants or the number of people flying? So that is very quickly what we're doing with Kenny. And I see a lot of lines also to the other people who presented today in what they are doing. So I want to ask you to connect with us. We have a lot of accounts to connect with, so choose your preference. And you can also, of course, contact me directly, Evelien Renders, and you can find me after this day. So that leaves me just to thank you. And I think we might have room for 2 questions. So if you have any ideas already about how to work together, then please shoot. Oh, yeah. Thanks. You have it already. Oh, he has one. Yeah.
Thank you very much for the presentation. I just wanted to ask you about the Kani Accord and how do you work with the universities to actually make that pass? Because at least in the university where I studied, it's very bureaucratic, but also very much, there's a very big distinction between strategic level, the operational level, etc. How do you go from kind of the international relation offices all the way up and convince all this chain of command to actually comply to the Kanye Accord? Because I feel like it's kind of a big thing.
Yeah, it's a very good question. Well, as you can see, we haven't managed with that many institutions yet. So if you find the right answer, no, but this is of course a big problem that you have these differences between the strategic level and the higher up policymakers. What I have found works best is to go top down and down and from and no, not only top down, but just bottom up. That was the other one that I'm searching for. So really start with these practitioners that we speak to, for example, at the conference, who are working in the International Relations Office. And then they say, oh yeah, we're working on an internationalization strategy. Okay, let's get a paragraph in there about sustainability. And then let's make sure that they start this conversation with their higher ups. And then most of the times they have a CSR. Who mentioned that to me? Guido, I think. What was it? What does it stand for? Yeah. Yeah. So what does it stand for, CSR?
Corporate social
corporate social responsibility. Yeah, I always forget the C. So I mean, they have some kind of a budget for this, and they need to write down somewhere what they did. So they actually like it when you say, "Hey, here is a badge," because they get a badge, and here is an information package that you can use then in your social media outings that you are actually one of these signees. So we create a little bit of poo-ha around it to incentivize them to do this, because then they can stick this badge on their papers and then say, "Yay, we're corporately responsible." It's a little bit cynical answer, but
Other questions?
Right. And it's not working. No, it's working. Thanks very much for the presentation as well. I'm wondering, and actually it's not just for you, but actually for all of the speakers, what about the European Universities Initiative, who's are now building up their new alliance and their new protocols for a new university, right? That's the right time and place to insert these incentives there. Are you working with them? Does any of the speakers from previous ones maybe have any work with them or experience with the European University Alliances?
yeah, it's very good that you mentioned that. So there are 43 alliances right now. They just started the third tranche. I don't know if everybody knows this, but it's where 6 to 9 European universities actually work together to create this new European university, with one of the goals to perhaps create a joint master program. Only one did that actually in the first tranche. So I work with them a lot from my job in IT facilitation, because we try to make sure they don't create 43 different learning management systems for you guys, that they actually do this with joint standards and interoperable. But I haven't heard much sustainability in them. Like, there is a green European university, of course, and I think they do write it down, but how they actually implement this and how they actually try to make sure that this happens, not sure yet. So I think this is a very good point, and I think Kenny might, yeah, focus on them a little bit more in the future. Thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you. I'm a member of one of these alliances. It's called Epicure. You know, yeah. So one of our missions is sustainability, and we now completed the first round, and we are now starting next month the second round, the implementation. I know that a lot of European university alliances are focusing on environmental issues, and but I think Epicure is one of the alliances that focus specifically on sustainability. So there are a lot of issues there, and a lot of challenges, of course, because it's a very complex issue. Yeah, thank you.
I'm Sorry, Matt, I need to
Very strict.
become late. I'm very straight, no, because I want to give the floor to our next guest. Last but not least, and I think it's very important to end this day with this intervention. So we have the next guest is Petra Soderqvist. Oh, good, okay. From DG Move, the Directorate General for Mobility and Transport. Petra works at the Unit for Sustainable Intelligent Transport, and she will present the step towards the green transition for a territorial cohesive European Union. So I think it's very important we talk about the uneven infrastructures in Europe. So Petra, the floor is yours. Thank you very much. Matt, you can ask your questions at the end.
Okay. Yeah, I have the clicker here. Thank you. So I'm the last speaker on a Friday afternoon. So very grateful position. So I'm going to try to keep you as alert as possible. I can warn you already, I don't have any nice trip pictures to keep us dreaming about our next holiday or travels or Erasmus exchange. But I do have hopefully some information towards the end of my presentation at least that will touch upon how do I find this information, where can I book it, and what Timmermans has been talking about, because I'm working on that legislation that he's saying it has to come. But first of all, you know my name, so let's see if this works. Oh, here. Yes, my name is Petra. Thank you for inviting us at the Commission and DG Move to join. And it's been I'm very happy I could participate in the conference today. It's been very interesting for me to be a part of and to listen to your stories and your experience and your work with this very important project. I myself did Erasmus 15 years ago in France, and it was for sure the best 6 months of my life. And the people I met there are still to this day my best friends, whom I see on a regular basis, even though we live on different countries in Europe and outside of Europe. And we try to travel sustainable. But after today, I've actually sent them some comments in our chat about, you know what the Erasmus program are doing now? This is great, you know. Anyway, this is the title for my presentation. I didn't choose it, but I liked it. So we'll see what I can answer with it. But talking about, you know, infrastructure and sustainable, we have to start with the European Green Deal. This is the big EU growth strategy that Timmermans and the current Commission presented in 2019. That includes different topics, of course, on aspects that we need to do in Europe to make these changes to become more sustainable. How to cut emissions, how to manage our energy, build housing more energy efficient, etc. And the goal specifically for mobility, well, the goal with the European Green Deal is for Europe to be the first continent that is climate neutral by 2050. So this is what the Green Deal is all about, in covering as many sectors and topics as possible. And specifically for mobility, for transport, because transport is roughly 25% of the emissions in Europe, in the EU. And for transport, as was mentioned previously in the very interesting panel debate, transport is unfortunately the sector that is not decreasing as other sectors are doing. So let's see if I can make more people interested in transport after my presentation here. I liked what you were saying. So the transport sector needs to cut its emissions by 90%. That's a lot, 90% in order for that sector specifically to reach the goals of 2050 for us to be climate neutral. This strategy, so the European Green Deal, was followed up by a more specific strategy. You know, we in the institutions, we like strategies. So in 2020, the Commission presented the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy. Basically, this strategy is a more specific targeted towards the transport sector, saying, okay, for us to reach the goal, the Paris Agreement, the European Green Deal, what do we need to do in the transport sector specifically? And the general objective of this is to make sure that the European transport systems becomes more sustainable, smart, and resilient. The strategy includes 10 big flagships linked to become more sustainable. It's about renewable, low carbon fuels, urban mobility, freight, zero emission airports and ports, etc. How to become more smart, or smarter to be correct English, but you know, with automated multimodal mobility, for example, AI, innovation, and to become more resilient. And these, all of these flagships are then followed up by more than 80 specific action plans. And I will get back to that because one of these action plans in the strategy is the ticketing system that I'm working on for the moment. The next step after that, in 2021, the Commission presented the so-called Fit for 55 package, which is 14 legislative proposals and supporting measures. And I don't want to go into details on this, and you don't have to really look at it, but I just want to mention what has already been said also, what is needed. I mean, information, ticketing, passenger rights, but also actually changing the individual modes of transport within the transport sector. So at the moment, there are interinstitutional, so negotiations between the EU institutions to have legislation in place in a few years on, for example, sustainable fuels within maritime, first completely new legislation, as well as sustainable fuels within aviation. And in the Commission proposals, there is gradual percentages of all ships, ferries, and planes leaving an EU port or airport that needs to have X% of sustainable fuels by 2025, 30, 40, 45, and 50. But the final percentages are under negotiation at the moment. But this is happening, as well as to have infrastructure available for alternative fuels. I mean, we have now, as was also presented earlier, we have vehicles, you know, electric vehicles, hydrogen vehicles, but we can, if we don't have anywhere to charge them or refuel them, we cannot travel around Europe. And this looks very different in Europe, how many infrastructure chargers are available. It's a very big discrepancy between member states as well as from an urban and rural perspective. I also want to mention, because of when I was reflecting upon the topic chosen for my presentation, so in case there's new people who are not as transport nerds as much as I am, I just want to mention that from the EU side and from the Commission, you know, there's also such a thing as the Trans-European Transport Network, or the TNT as it's called, which is basically a map outlining the different corridors and different transport networks in the EU, which can ask for co-funding of 20, 30, 50% to actually invest in infrastructure such as railway or ports, airports as well. But the objective of the TNT is to strengthen the social, economical, and territorial cohesion in the EU in order to make it easier to transport people and goods. And this has been built, of course, through many, many decades in order to have this. But this is also to one concrete measure to see, okay, because we don't even have railway everywhere in the EU, so this is one step to actually have the infrastructure in place. But, so, this was the topic of today's conference, and this is what I'm supposed to talk about. And then I started thinking, okay, what are the buzzwords that appeal to me, at least here? Well, it's traveling and sustainable and connected Europe. So, no matter where we work, who we work for, all of us are usually, at some point or another during our life, we're all passengers. Whether we whether we travel for holiday, studies, to do Erasmus, or for work, as working in an institution within the Erasmus program, for example. We can also choose to think, okay, do I want to travel by air, ship, train, or by bus or car or taxi? And then we also think about, okay, how much time does it take? What's the price of the ticket? And some of us might also think, what are the sustainable criteria or the environmental impacts of my choice? But the problem is we tend to, I mean, it's very nice that we travel quite a lot, but the question is then, how easy is it to really travel from A to B or from door to door, which is also something that I've picked up a lot today in the different examples, not only from the panel, but also from the morning on the information available to Erasmus students, and also with very nice examples. And I was, dreaming my way to the Faroe Islands and Iceland earlier today in the nice pictures. So in DG Move, I work in the unit, as was mentioned, for sustainable and intelligent transport, and I work specifically with multimodal mobility. Yes. And so what we are thinking of today, and this is actually linked to specific actions that are mentioned in the European Green Deal and in the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, to increase information, to make sustainable alternatives more attractive, and to make it easier to travel in a multimodal system. Because the problem today is it's not impossible to travel, because we've all heard very nice stories of how we traveled, and some might have traveled here. But usually you need to know, you might find some platforms where you go and search for your trip, but usually you need to decide beforehand which mode you want to choose, because usually there's one platform, one app, one website where you see, oh, to take a plane from point A to B, this is where I go. Or to take a train, you might find another app or a website or platform. But to find a combination of this is very, very difficult, unfortunately, in Europe today. And this is what Timmermans has been talking about in the Dutch media, saying we need to make it more competitive because the market isn't working. This is our understanding from the Commission side when we hear other operators saying, oh, we don't need any legislation, it's fine, people are traveling. But it's very difficult today to, as a passenger, to find the information easy, to also book it, and then to be able to actually make the payment on one app or one website. So the legal initiative that I and my colleagues are working on, it's not for the Commission, just to be clear, it's not for the Commission to create this single app or website. It's to create the legal framework that would allow it, because we see that there are some very big challenges today, because, for example, air and rail, these two markets look very, very different on how competitive they are, and which kind of operators exist on these markets. So it's also about pushing these operators, because one thing is, of course, to have digital platforms who can show you the information and to make the booking and payment. But in order for them to do that, they need data from the operators. They need to know where are the planes and trains, and what are the tickets of this, and what are the ticket options for this. And this is what this legal framework is looking into. All the details are not finalized at the moment. The proposal will unfortunately not come, as Timmermans said, by the end of the year, but we are working very frigidly, and it will come during next year in the second quarter, so hopefully by June 2023. And the idea of this is, of course, to make it easier to travel from door to door, to make it possible, because, and to also have not just the information on what you can choose, but to have the different modes represented. As we've also mentioned, if you want to go to an island, okay, you cannot go by train there, for example, but you need to then see what are the price, the environmental impact, and the cost, and the time to go from your city or from Brussels to Malta, to Turkey, to Iceland, or whatever it might be, to actually know, and then for you as a passenger to be able to make that choice. Because it can also be what I've also heard today, it can be that sometimes you have a lot of time, so you can choose the option you want. Other times it might be the cost, or it might actually be the environmental impact that is of most important preference for you, which is also something we're hoping that by showing this visibility of the choices, that you as a passenger or the organization you are working for, if you're also going on a work trip, can make that active choice to say, and I myself have thought about it, how many companies or organizations might have, a cap of, oh, the ticket for your trip can maximum cost this much. Imagine if it might be changing and saying, oh, your emissions for this trip can maximum be reaching this. So this initiative will also be linked to another initiative that other colleagues in the Commission is working on counting EU emissions, to try to actually show what all the emissions within the different modes will be, as well as to create passenger rights for multimodal transport, because this is also the challenge, of course, that once you find the information, you can book it and pay for it, you have your ticket, one part of the journey was delayed, what happens? So of course, this is very important as well. So it's another point that I will report back to my colleagues at the Commission of something that I've really picked up during the session today. I think I'm gonna leave it there. And I don't know for time, but anyway, since I will see if there's any questions.
Thank you very much for your presentation. I'm going to talk a bit from a non-EU perspective. The train network in Europe is will include non-EU countries, and that might be a challenge as well to include those countries, or not to include those countries as well in such a proposal. How do you work on? How would you collaborate with non-EU countries on such a thing, such a project?
Yes, well, thank you for your question. As you might know, the EU, we don't have the legal right to create legislation for countries outside of the EU, if we could. No, I'm kidding. So, no. So this is something that has to be very clear, of course. But if you are, what this legislation will look into, but the exact details are not decided yet, because this will be a political decision in the next coming weeks, is of course what the obligations should be. So the problem that we see in the studies that is led up to the ongoing work on this legislation is of course that there are some both operators and digital platforms which are very dominant, and because in the end the reason why we have these the operators selling tickets on digital platforms, it's a business agreement, it's a commercial agreement. But if one operator or one digital platform is very dominant, this might be very difficult, and they can say, oh, I will sell your tickets, but I will not sell your tickets because I don't like you, or you're my competitor, or whatever it could be. And this is, of course, something we want to address for the reason of the passenger, to make it easier to find the information, and hopefully with competition, especially within the rail sector, push down the prices to make rail more attractive as a mode of transport. So it's a long answer, but just to say, like, there might be some obligations for either operators and/or platforms, depending on. But of course, this is something that also the legal department of the Commission is looking into, how much, because of course there could be not so many operators, but because depending on where you are registered originally, or where you provide your transport service. But with the digital platforms, of course, that might be registered in a country outside of the EU. So this is something that is still colleagues are looking into, as well as when it comes to competition law, of course, in the EU. So I'm no expert on this. So I mean, it will not include countries outside of the EU, but since it's not something that will hinder anyone else from going into it, it is a commercial agreement. So should there be a platform who would like to include operators from third countries because they provide a train service or whatever to an EU country, from an EU country to a third country, this would be possible, of course. This is not something that this initiative will hinder.
Also, thanks so much. I think it was great to have you here and to get this perspective. And then when it comes to the ideal scenario after the enforcement of the regulation, then those who don't facilitate that access to ticketing, etc., could be fined or punished, or what is going to be the enforcement mechanism to ensure that ticketing works better and that we can really have access to, the easiest way of having multimodal transport?
well, the access to that's there's already legislation in place in the EU on operators needing to share at national level the timetable and prices and different fares. We are now working on revising this part of the existing legislation to make sure that the data is available and that the quality of data is updated. And to be very specific, not just, oh, the timetable of the bus or train is this, but when there are delays, what happens then? I mean, because we need to have this data directly available for a digital platform to be able to provide their service to the passenger, of course. When it comes to if they don't follow, well, this also depends on, of course, if there is a legal specification in this proposal on for an operator or a transport operator or a digital platform that is as big as whoever what the threshold might be. If they don't follow it, of course, there will have to be some implications on this. This is the details that has not been finalized yet, so I don't know. But of course, there needs to be some. With all EU legislation, something is always included to make sure they follow it, and we'll see how forceful it can be.
Thank you. I'm very happy that there are people like you that are really into this, because for me it would be very complex. Two little questions. After the legislation has been set, you mentioned there will be like a digital platform. Will that be by private, or is it something the Commission is thinking of? And the second question is mentioned as well. You mentioned that we hope that by this also the prices will lower and that there will be a little bit of competition between train operators. But it has been mentioned as well, of course, there is a competition with the planes. And is it also part of DG Move of like to consider like, can we go in a fair competition with the plane prices and even like tax them as much as the trains, or to lower the taxes on the train fares?
To answer your first question, it will be up to the market. So, I mean, a private initiative to create these platforms, and whether it will be one platform or one app website or 100, depending on the business model. Maybe there's someone here thinking, I'm going to create a digital platform to provide all the student discount services, mobility services for Erasmus students. As long as you have the data and the legal framework that allows it, that's what we're working on. Then it's up to everyone else to actually create this, of course. Sorry, can you repeat your second part of the question?
Yeah, no, the competition, that it should not only be with the train, but also with the plane.
So the purpose is to make the transport market more competitive in general. This includes between modes, so for example, air and rail, as well as within modes. And then we can see that the rail market is less competitive than the aviation market because of other rules that has been in place for decades on the liberalization and the competitiveness. And one example that we are also trying to push for is also to really make it visible for train and air operators to say, hey, if you work together and provide a combination ticket, this can also be beneficial for you, because passengers might also be happier. And if you just think about time, this is something, a factor that a lot of people don't think about. I mean, now, as I mentioned, you usually have to think beforehand as a passenger, oh, I go there. Oh, I already think, as we've concluded this morning, a long distance trip. Oh, I'm going to go on this app to look for flights. And then if there's no direct flights, you might be shown 2 flights. But if you look at the total time, you might have to be at the airport 2-3 hours before. You have to go to the airport. It might not be next door to where you live. Maybe there's a 5-6 hour, 12-hour waiting period or a transit at an airport between your first and second flight, and then you have to go from the second airport. So the total travel time is also relevant, but this is an information that only you as a passenger have to think about yourself, because usually it's not shown very clearly. Whilst if you were to be shown, you can take this train to the airport, and then you take one plane, and then from the second airport you take a 1 hour, 2 hour train ride. So the total time could also be a lot shorter, which could appeal to some people when cost or emissions might not be the most important factor when they make a choice. So this is also another factor that we are trying to promote the air-rail combination, and not necessarily that, okay, it's one or the other, because multimodal means several modes, including ferries, or to have the local, the public transport, for example, to also be visible for a passenger.
And the competition with the planes, because it has been mentioned that like the planes are like less text, both on.
Oh yeah,
that the trains are more text. So will be the work on
this is I cannot say it will be fixed, but I'm saying this is addressed in other legislation here in the Fit for 55. For example, you have the emission trading scheme, so ETS for aviation. You also have other legislations here that does address this, and also with the obligation for aviation and maritime to take on board sustainable fuels, which will have a shift in pricing, and to combine with the current energy crisis. This is also why we see an increase in plane ticket prices at the moment.
Hello, I've got many questions. Okay, I'll stick to 3, I think, and if you can answer them. Okay, the first one is about what kind of data do you collect to formulate the legislation? For instance, do you take into account any socioeconomic factors, since the European Union consists of 27 very different countries between them with different needs? The second question is, and the third basically, is about considering alternative types of fuels, such as synthetic fuels, because we haven't heard a lot about them since EVs are currently promoted a lot. And if synthetic fuels are included in the measures suggested by the committee, and again, if there is a life cycle assessment, because we know that the electric vehicles are currently, for instance, the best choice, and regarding the environment, from environmental aspect, but the batteries and the materials used for them, that we need to not to recycle them. It's not fully recyclable, but a life cycle assessment. Thank you very much.
Very interesting questions. I'm going to try to answer them very as brief but concise as possible. Regarding the data, it's the data we are collecting that we need for this initiative is timetable, costs, both for static, so the fixed timetables, as well as the dynamics, so when it changes, and also, of course, disruptions. Oh, there's they're closing the tunnels here, so you cannot go by car or bus. All this kind of data is the data that is needed, which is already linked to another delegated regulation, which is in place since a few years ago. But we are updating this to make sure that the data is more accessible at each national member state level. And then what we are looking at now is also to see what initiatives. It's an analysis of the market, basically concluding that, because of these existing legislations, the aviation market looks like this today. Because of these existing legislations and rules that has been in place, the rail market looks like this. And then, of course, you have bus and coach and maritime ferries. And then to see, what is the business models of these operators? Why do some operators why are they willing to share their data? Is it because of legislation, or because it's a business, they can make money out of it to cooperate with others? Whilst for others, it's like, no, I want everyone to go to my website because this is my business model, how I make money. And then you have the platforms. How do they make money? Do they pay for data? Do they pay for when they sell a ticket? Do they pay for, and who do they pay to? So it's a very complex but interesting aspect. Regarding the social economic aspect, I would say when we are doing our preparatory work on this legislation, we are also consolidating experts at member states level in all EU member states to make sure that all voices are heard, basically. So not only are, of course, member states and the European Parliament, meaning all the MEPs from the different member states, included once the Commission has presented its proposal, when they have to come up with their positions and the negotiations take place, but also during, in our, our ongoing work to create the legislation, then we are in contact with experts, meaning it can be people from the different national authorities, or 5 different national authorities in one member state, to make sure that they raise their voice, and because they are the experts from on how the reality looks like in different member states, because this is of course very important, and not just only because that's how it should be, but if we from the Commission come up with a proposal and that doesn't work for half of the member states and the people, I don't think the Council and the Parliament is going to like that. So then we will have a lot of work to do to redo it anyway. And on fuels, well, other colleagues in the Commission are working on an initiative on Count EU Emissions, which is supposed to present the emissions on different modes and journeys. So if we can, by making a link, and this is the objective also for us to be able to see that once, hopefully when you have a digital platform where you can find, the information and the booking, you can also see the emissions of this. So you can make a preference like, oh, I want to filter this by time, price of the ticket total, or by emissions. So you can have a ranking based on emissions, because this is something that at least in my experience, I cannot find one way or right now. It's really based on different initiatives based on in different organizations. And the life cycle, yes, the discussions on the life cycles are included. I don't know exactly how detailed the life cycle data will be included in the Count EU Emissions initiative that will come next year. So I'm no expert on this, but I know that there is a lot of discussions on life cycles in general, as well as including in some of these proposals, because when you talk about now I'm going to lose the non-transport nerds here, but when you look at sustainable aviation fuels, you can have sustainable aviation fuels in the current infrastructure if you have a mix up to 95%. But once you have 100% sustainable aviation fuels, you need to build new infrastructure for the plane, and for when we talk about liquid sustainable aviation fuels, and for the airport. Whilst up to 95%, you can have the same infrastructure. So this is something that is also included in the discussions, I know, for this proposal, although I'm not the expert on it. But same as for maritime. I mean, a ship has a life cycle, so the legislation to allow certain fuels and the infrastructure for certain fuels now will have an impact, as well as for trains. If you change a standard on a train, I mean, a train has a life cycle of about 40 years. So you have to think about, should we make it mandatory to change the standard now, and then we have to make all new trains or whatever, or should we allow it as a phase out to make sure that this could actually have a better environmental impact? So there's for sure a lot of experts in the Commission, I assure you, and in the other institutions who are aware of these things, who are, this is included in the discussions, yes.
Thank you very much for the insight. I just wanted to know if from a European level, if there are some legislative guidelines for eliminating the number of medium or short flights, okay? And if in parallel with that, also the capacity of trains is increased. And I'm saying this because if you do only the first one, then you find the train tickets at 500 euros. So just about that. Thank you very much.
I'm writing it down so I can remember. Sorry, can you repeat the first part of your question? I was so focused. Yes.
It's just about if there are some laws.
Oh, yes. There are no legislative proposals that bans certain things, but in the European Green Deal and in the Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy, it says that there is a ranking. So, for example, that trips under or 500 kilometers should be encouraged to do by train, for example, or by a certain more sustainable mode. So there are actions, and this is there's strategies, actions, and then this leads into specific legislative proposals. But there's to this date, not a specific one that says, oh, the EU is banning all flights under this. There are political voices within the EU institutions who are raising this, yes, but there is no majority for, but this is also, these things are included in various topics in some of these proposals who are under negotiations at the moment. So I cannot foresee where the outcome, the final outcome will be. But I know one thing, this also has an impact on what has also been said here, which of course is the reason why you need every voice to be heard, because from some member states' perspective, they don't have railway everywhere. So you need to, or with islands, you need to be able to have flights and to have these exemptions, of course, and then more a matter of where it is possible, then we should push for this to make it more sustainable. So this MDMS initiative that me and my colleagues are working on is one idea, well, one proposal to try to push it to see once a passenger has the information more available. We're also hoping that the, well, we'll see, but how that the demand for these kind of sustainable options might be more attractive also with the competition. Oh yeah, and then with the capacity of the trains. Well, this is also why I wanted to mention the TNT. So with the TNT, it's about, that's to get funding to actually build the infrastructure, which is very important and very expensive. So someone has to take that cost. And as for the more trains, this is also something that we can see when I was referring to in the analysis leading up to the ongoing work with this initiative on the competition in the rail market, that you need to have more competition in order to have new entrances to say, oh, if you cannot provide, if the train is full, well, get more trains, or have someone else also do, you know, provide that service on this journey, for example. So I don't have the figures in my head on how trains, number of trains or departures have increased or not over the years, but it's also with examples like yours and with people raising their voices saying, okay, we need more trains in general to make a push for it, of course.
I have one very quick question about implementation. So the Commission or DG Move is preparing the legislation, and is this to be implemented in any case, or are you waiting for the industry to move and then deciding, is this enough what they did, or are you definitely planning to implement the legislation?
The legislation is coming for sure, but the exact details on how rigid it's going to be, okay, is it mandatory for everyone? Is there no legal is it completely voluntary for all operators and platforms, and everything in between? This is a political discussion to be decided by the hierarchy, so the commissioners in the coming weeks. But the legislation is coming, because this is also something that the current commission has presented in a previous work program that they need to provide. So we'll see where it ends up. But we have all the options available to be able to say, hey, they just have to make the decision.
Thank you very much again, Petra. I think it was very interesting intervention, and thank you all of you for your questions today, for your time, for your attention to the Erasmus Goes Green project. I would also like to thank you, my colleagues, the ones who are here, who helped in the organization of this conference, the ones who are at the office today, who supported us in many ways. I would like to thank again my project partners, colleagues here with me, with all of us. Well, today, our purpose today was threefold. So we wanted to provide you with concrete outputs to be more sustainable as a student, as university staff member, as individual. We wanted to gather many active actors working in sustainable internationalization and sustainability in general. And we wanted to show that we cannot make Erasmus Plus program more sustainable by checklist or keywords. It's rather a journey. So thank you for being with us today, for sharing this path with us. and enjoy the afternoon. Last but not least, there are sandwiches at the end of this room. So if you need to go back by train or you want to stay, spend like the afternoon in Brussels and you are hungry, please take them with you so we don't waste them. Thank you very much.